Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, April 5th. Sorry for the slight delay. We had a few issues connecting to YouTube, but we are good to go. Just a reminder, there's no final decisions made here today. These will be referrals to our regular council meeting on April 19th. We have Councillor Yeo on Zoom today, and the rest of council is here in chambers. So we will call the meeting to order. Can I get a motion, please, for the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Dunn. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in anything on today's agenda? Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
The last item on the agenda for Blue Bay Road, it's my sister and my brother-in-law, and I will likely be declaring on that.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Seeing none. Deputations, we'll move right into deputations. Our first one is, our only one, is Valerie Hazlitt Parker on a request to purchase a portion of the road allowance adjacent to 67 Rose Street in Pleasant Point, and is relating to a memo item 8.3 on the agenda. Welcome, Valerie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors and ladies and gentlemen. You may have already seen I've put a written deputation in, and I want to say, first of all, that I thank you for the opportunity to discuss this with you. You'll see from the deputation that there's a plan from 1911 when Pleasant Point was established, or at least the east end, that shows there are 5 access points between Rose Street and Jesse Avenue. And so the owners of 69 Rose Street, my next door neighbor, has been given permission by City Council to purchase 1/2 of the access point between 67 and 69 Street. I would like to purchase the remaining half, which essentially is a 17-foot wide strip of land that runs from Rose Street to Jesse Avenue. I'm not going to repeat everything that I put in my written deputation, but basically to make 2 main points this afternoon. The first is that if I'm permitted to purchase 1/2 of this laneway, it will not block anyone's access to Sturgeon Lake. The obvious reason for that, of course, is that Jesse Avenue runs along the lake, so it's not waterfront property. It would not stop anyone from getting to the lake, whether I own that piece of land or not. In addition, where that laneway is on Rose Street, there are no buildings, on the other side of Rose Street that there would. Further west on Rose Street, there are cottages and houses on the other side of Rose Street that these access points may be necessary for those folks and their guests or whatever to reach the lake. That's not the case where we are. Quite frankly, the other side of Rose Street is swamp. In addition, no one uses this laneway. I've also appended to the deputation 3 photos that I took of the laneway, which I hope would save me a couple of thousand words, in that it shows that this laneway is really not a laneway. It's covered in trees and bushes and brush. You can see that you cannot see even in the winter, you can't see from Rose Street to Jesse Avenue or the lake down this apparent laneway. What you can't see in the photos is that in addition to all the cedar and evergreens that are on that laneway, there are beautiful, I'm estimating 60, 70-year-old maple trees with full canopies that make it impossible to walk from one end of that laneway to the other. So it's certainly not open. You couldn't fence it. You can't block it off. You can't delineate it in any way. And it would, in order to make it a functioning laneway, you'd have to clear all these trees and brush. And to be quite frank, that would be an absolute crime. If anything, trying to open this as a laneway for the public to use would be a hazard. It would not benefit anyone. You simply can't get through. And I think the photos show that quite clearly. The only other thing that I will say that is not in the written deputation is that I have no plan to build on this strip of land or to change it in any way. My plan is to keep it as a natural green space. You can't see it in the photos because it's winter time, but in addition to what's there, there's all kinds of lilac bushes, there's brush, there's scrub, all that kind of stuff. It's a wonderful green space between us and the neighbors. And I believe the neighbors at 69 Rose Street don't plan to build on it either. So unless there are questions from council, that would be all I have to say this afternoon, except to, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this matter.
Thank you, Valerie. I'm just going to get a motion from council to receive the deputation and your correspondence, and then we'll see if there's any questions for you. Moved by Councillor Ashmore, second by Councillor Elmsley. Are there any questions for the deputant on the presentation? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you, and through you to Valerie. In the many years that you've been there, you've actually, in your observations, has it been utilized at all? Obviously, there hasn't been many people try to walk down that pathway. It's really never used in your many years that you've been there.
No.
Okay.
No, I've been going to Pleasant Point for about 50 years, and I can tell you that I don't know anybody other than the people who own 67, the people who own 69 Rose Street who use that property for anything.
Okay, thanks. So this will be
And
coming.
we only use it if we have to try and, cross it to get from 67 to 69 or something like that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor O'Reilly?
Maybe just a quick one. Maybe I missed it. Thank you for your deputation, Valerie. Maybe I missed it in the original one. Why do you want the property? And if you were to purchase it, would you think about registering something on it that if you were to sell your property that nobody else could build on it?
I would have no objection to putting something on title that says nobody can build on it. To be frank, the reason I want to buy it, one, I suppose it benefits Kawartha Lakes because you get more tax dollars, but it increases the size of our property. It just makes sense. It's a 17-foot wide strip of land that's unserviced. You can't do anything else with it. If I own it, I know nobody else is going to try and build on it or get injured trying to use it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have our motion. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Valerie. We got a memo later in our agenda that we'll have a discussion about this at the council level, and we'll certainly let you know what comes of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move down to correspondence. We have none. Presentations. Our first presentation is on item 6.1, 2021 homelessness enumeration presentation. Michelle Corley, Human Services Manager from Housing. There you are. Hi, Michelle. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today about the results of our most recent homelessness enumeration exercise that we completed back in September 2021. Next slide, please. The city is the consolidated municipal service manager for both the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton, and is required to coordinate the provision of housing and homelessness programs and services. Through the Housing Services Act, we are further directed to complete homelessness enumeration exercises. The enumeration exercise completed in September 2021 was the third homelessness enumeration exercise that we have completed since 2016. Next slide, please. Although we are required to conduct homelessness enumerations every couple of years, our homelessness coordinate access system attempts to always know everyone experiencing homelessness in real time. These enumeration exercises further help to ensure that our homeless system is effective in capturing those experiencing homelessness. Those who are identified as experiencing homelessness are added to our by name list and are then prioritized to housing and supports. Unique to this enumeration was the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on those experiencing homelessness. Not only was the enumeration delayed a year, but we were also seeing populations like those experiencing homelessness face greater vulnerabilities and increased needs. The The needs that this vulnerable population is facing are becoming increasingly complex, with our housing and homelessness system struggling to meet their needs on our own. Significant work is underway to collaboratively find options to support this population, including the revamp of our supportive housing program, including that at 68 Lindsay Street North. And we look forward to bringing further information and details on this at the May Committee of the Whole meeting, as well as various upcoming communication releases. During the week of September 13th, various agencies and partners and other staff of the City of Kawartha Lakes went out into our community to survey those experiencing homelessness. The survey contains various housing and health-related questions. During that week, 82 homeless individuals and families completed surveys with volunteers across the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. In addition to survey questions we normally ask those experiencing homelessness, the province also required us to ask additional questions during these interactions. As mentioned earlier, and I'll move on to the next slide, our ongoing coordinated access system attempts to always track everyone known to be experiencing homelessness on our homeless by name list. Of the 82 households that we engaged with during the enumeration, 39 of those households were new to our homeless system and were added to our by name list. 6 households who had previously been removed from the by name list because of inactivity or us being unable to contact them were added back to the by name list. 17 households were already active on our by name list, and 20 households chose not to complete the by name list addition and consent part of the survey, but did answer some of the more general questions we were asking during that week. On the next slide, we speak about the reasons for housing loss. And those who we spoke to during the week of September 13th identified various reasons why they have lost their housing. Conflict was the most predominant reason for housing loss, including conflict between spouse and partner, landlord, parent, or guardian. Other reasons for housing loss included challenges with low income, substance use, unsafe housing, or their rental unit was sold. On the following slide, we speak to the barriers of those who were currently homeless and the struggles that they were facing to be rehoused. And those struggles that they were encountering were related specifically to rents being very high, insufficient income, discrimination, mental health or other health issues, housing conditions, criminal history, and addiction issues. Specific questions in the survey are focused on obtaining information around the individual's needs in relation to health challenges. Although many people in our community are able to retain their housing while dealing with an addiction or mental health concern, we see an overrepresentation of those struggling with substance abuse and mental health issues within those experiencing homelessness. Within the province of Ontario, there are 47 service manager regions who have conducted homelessness enumeration exercises in 2021. Of the information that's currently available and public, we were able to demonstrate that those experiencing homelessness in Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton have increased struggles with substance use in comparison to other service manager regions. Along those same lines, on the next slide, we demonstrate even more concerning data that we have determined that our local needs is really quite significant around homelessness, or sorry, around mental health issues, and people are really struggling there. Similar concerns around mental health issues and substance use concerns have also been identified as a community concern within the recently adopted Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. On the next slide, we've highlighted some other challenges that the individuals we met with during that week have provided, has informed us about. So in addition to mental health and substance use issues, there's some other significant concerns going on in that population with other physical and other health-related issues. The chart on this slide compares the number of homeless households that we have engaged with during each of the previous enumeration exercises, grouped by the level of acuity or need that they are experiencing. The VI SPDAT is a triage tool that we use to identify the type of supports a household might need to exit homelessness. Those that scored low on the VI SPDAT likely need little to no supports to resolve their homelessness. Those that score moderately likely need time-limited case management supports as well as financial supports to exit homelessness. Those that score high or very high need permanent supportive housing. At the end of the enumeration exercise, 88 individuals and families in the city of Kawartha Lakes were in need of permanent supportive housing. In 2018, the number of individuals who scored high or scored in that 8+ range on that VI SPDAT accounted for 67% of the total registry week respondents. As mentioned before, enumeration exercises are just a snapshot at one point in time every couple of years. But really what is most important is our ongoing homeless trends that we see on our by name list and our work to appropriately plan for their needs. In addition to the significant health challenges that those experiencing homelessness are facing, we also know that homelessness is caused by several system challenges. Various impacts associated with general poverty is the largest foundational challenge, next to the affordable housing crisis. Those who apply for housing today, affordable housing today, will be waiting up to 10 years and in some cases 14 years for that opportunity for affordable housing. The COVID-19 pandemic has also created additional pressures on our existing system challenges. One specific example of this is how the pandemic has added to the affordable housing crisis by driving up housing prices, which has seen us lose many private rental housing opportunities, which has caused an increase in our homelessness as property owners sell their investment properties. This has caused a displacement of many households. As referenced earlier, we maintain that real-time by name list of those experiencing homelessness. And at the end of the enumeration exercise, we updated that by name list, which gave us a total of 164 individuals and families experiencing homelessness. 124 of those individuals and families were specifically homeless in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Recently, just to give an update, at the end of March of this year, we were aware of 139 households experiencing homelessness. On the next slide, we identify the various sleeping locations for of those who volunteers engage with during the enumeration. Since the enumeration, we are anecdotally aware that our local motels are increasingly becoming a temporary housing solution. We know that we are facing challenges also with seeing an increase in people staying in year-round seasonal trailer parks, as those households are struggling with finding alternative housing options. On a daily basis, our office is receiving phone calls from those who've never had to reach out in the past, but are now in the midst of a housing crisis. Since the 2021 enumeration, the following has been accomplished, and specifically the social service relief funding that we've received from the province has supported us in hiring 2 temporary positions to help rapidly rehouse and support over 40 households to get housing and provide them with some short-term supports. More than ever, significant collaboration across our communities happening to help address the complex needs that this vulnerable population has. In-kind supports by community partners have recently been established, along with continued conversations with health funders. We have recently supported 4 community agency staff members to be trained as Rent Smart program facilitators. Those 4, in addition to some of our own staff who are trained as facilitators, will provide a learning opportunity for those who are renting and will help increase the skills that our local renters have in order to help those residents to have better tenancies. With us seeing an increase in those staying outside in the fall of 2021, City funded an Out of the Cold program in partnership with a place called Home. And this has allowed those staying outside to occupy a motel room during the coldest nights of the winter. So that it concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thanks, Michelle.
you.
I'll just get a motion to receive the presentation, please. Deputy Mayor Richardson, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions for Michelle on the presentation? Michelle, I have a quick question. So how confident are you in the numbers? I mean, tracking down homelessness can't be an easy thing, and you might have an idea where some of them are staying from past experience, but I'm sure we've missed some, you know. I mean, do you see this as a bit of an underestimate in probably what's really happening in the community, or are you fairly confident those numbers are fairly accurate?
I would probably have to suggest that they're likely underreported. And we know just from individuals contacting our office, we know from the individuals who are applying for that very long waiting list for community housing, the households are more and more applying, and they are currently in a situation that would actually meet our definition of homelessness. So we're constantly learning more in our office about how to appropriately identify these individuals facing homelessness. So as we learn more, we're trying to pivot and trying to make sure within our own office, we are doing our best to capture everyone experiencing homelessness. But like you suggest, that's not easy to do. So we're likely quite underrepresented potentially with these numbers.
Thank you. Any, Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the report. So we've got the numbers, we've got all of this, we know it's a problem. What are the next steps?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we need more affordable housing. Affordable housing is really truly the only option and only solution to homelessness. So we need to really dig in and work towards the targets we have around affordable housing. We need to continue to advocate with other levels of government to ensure that funding opportunities are present for our community to see more affordable housing being built. It's not simply just adding or increasing to our emergency shelter that's going to provide really any solution. That's really just going to be an opportunity where people just sit, and without that housing opportunity to exit into, we're just going to create a disproportionate use of expensive resources around emergency shelters. So the creation of more affordable housing, the opportunities our municipality still has to improve various policies and whatnot to remove any barriers to those looking to build affordable housing. There's lots of opportunities for us to do, and we're busy working on some of those. There's lots of goals in that 10-year housing and homelessness plan that we still have to work towards.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, because I know that my husband has had to go and visit people who were living in the motels. Is there something, I know Fenelon has a bunch of people living in the motels, and also in Lindsay. Yeah, he's had to do house calls there. So I'm just wondering, do we have some kind of arrangement with the motels? And it's entire families that are living in the 1 or 2 rooms.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. We are seeing certainly this increase across the board. And these individuals who are staying in motels, they're predominantly paying for that motel stay themselves. Many negotiate a long-term motel stay with the motel owners. Our concern is that during peak times of the year, like we're approaching that summer time of the year where we see more tourists. Unfortunately, some of those options that people are finding in motels to find temporary housing might come to an end. And that's something we kind of see now on a cycle within our community.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to to Michelle. The city had a program, and I think they still have it, about giving qualified couples help with down payment and purchasing their house, first house or a house that they need. Do we still have that program? I'm sure we still have it, and how much is in that program? And is there any thought of expanding that program or increasing the funds that are in there so people can I know it's expensive to buy a house, but I mean, even to scrounge up a down payment, it's even harder. So how do we, are we helping people with that program, and hopefully we're expanding that program if we can?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that was our home ownership program, and we've actually decided this year to put a pause on that program. With that program, it's provincially funded. It comes with certain maximum limits we have to apply to that program. So there's maximum limits around the house price, and there's maximum income limits. And unfortunately, those limits that we're working within actually preclude people from getting into a home ownership opportunity. Even as simple as things as they need to be able to go in with a conditional offer, because the program does require them to get a home inspection done. My understanding is those opportunities to even go in with a conditional offer are really challenging to do. And, you know, I think the reality is too, the incomes of first-time home buyers are what used to be, you know, substantial enough to purchase the first home, when our average resale home price is now around $900,000. Those incomes, the entry-level income required to purchase that first home is just not sufficient. And so we're not seeing those individuals even get approved for that, for the regular mortgage that they have to get, even with our down payment assistance.
So that home ownership program that's been put on hold this year, is it because of provincial funding that we didn't receive, or is it, who decided to put a hold on that?
Yeah, the policies pieces around that program are really effectively not making that program work, quite honestly, with the incomes that first home buyers have to have in order to get a home.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richards, or Deputy Mayor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, thank you very much for the presentation. I know we have quite a bit of discussion around the affordable and attainability right now, and it is a crisis, but we also have the highest inflation we've had in over 30 years. Are we providing different programs and supports to help some of these most vulnerable with this critical part of just daily survival needs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those individuals who we are seeing in our homeless population for ongoing financial supports, they are predominantly limited to accessing our social assistance programs. And we are limited to, well, we really have no control over what those monthly entitlement rates are. The only piece that we do have more flexibility around is providing financial assistance for those homeless populations by providing them first and last month's rent assistance. We can also help them with some moving costs. We can also purchase beds for those who are homeless and they don't have a bed. We can look at other supporting them with the purchase of other basic necessities as well. But as far as supporting them with an ongoing financial assistance, we really don't have that ability to do that. The only assistance that we have some availability to is the new Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. We call that the COB benefit. And we are allocating the COB benefit to some of our homeless individuals and families. And that provides them with a bit of a top up to put towards their rental payments once they do find housing. The challenge with this program, though, is that it's not creating those housing options that we need in the first place for those folks to find that opportunity to rent and take advantage of that housing benefit.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michelle on the presentation? Michelle, do you see this crisis getting worse over the next few years before it starts to get better? I mean, it just the way the current economy is and the price of housing and inflation and all those forces, it doesn't look like there's a lot of brightness in the near future. What's your thoughts on that?
There's a lot to be done. There's a lot of policy changes that I think could be made at the provincial and federal levels of government. I think too, you're right, where we are getting some traction, and I know Court Lakes Halbert Housing Corporation, our key developer of affordable housing, they have good plans to create affordable housing. What's happened recently, though, is with the cost of inflation and the cost of construction materials, they're seeing a significant cost on the actual cost per unit to construct a new affordable housing unit. So there's challenges all around. We're not short of challenges by any means, but we have to work together, and I think collaboration will be key, because if we just look at the supports that these individuals are needing, our housing and homelessness system can't do it alone. So we need to be always working with our health partners and our justice partners to be wherever possible, combining our funding allocations to get the most out of them.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're here to help us get through this, Michelle. Thank you. We have a motion to receive the presentation. All in favor? That's passed. You're going to stick with us for the report, Michelle. Hang in there. The report that goes with the presentation is just to be received and forwarded to council for consideration at the next council meeting. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Richardson and O'Reilly. Are there any questions on the report that's in your package? Just some background information. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
It's more of a comment than a question through you to Michelle. Every year, if social housing has an ONFA conference, and I'm just wondering if you or somebody from this organization will be talking to other organizations perhaps to make some recommendations around the types of policy changes that you're talking about provincially and federally.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's lots of advocacy happening. I know that I believe the mayor and the CIO are also involved with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. I know there's a big focus this year with that organization around the affordable housing needs and the crisis that we're facing. ONFA certainly is putting forward advocacy positions on various policy changes that need to happen. There's also our OMSA, Ontario Municipal Social Services Association. They're putting lots of policy papers forward too around the necessary changes that are needed. And there's a provincial election coming up, and I think we're seeing more and more in any recent election, whether it's federal or provincial, that housing is becoming more and more of a priority.
It is certainly, I agree with you, it's certainly a priority at every level, and certainly one of the priorities at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, so thank you. Any other questions for Michelle on the report? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive and forward to council. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Michelle, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is a long-range financial plan presentation, item 6.2. Jennifer Stover, the Director of Corporate Services, is going to walk us through it, and she is here in chambers to do that. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Letham. So happy to be here to talk to you again. I think this is probably the fourth or fifth time that we've talked to council about our update to the long-range financial plan, and hopefully this is the last time we do a presentation before we actually bring the plan and the supporting strategies forward to council for approval. So in 2017, as you know, council adopted the 10-year financial plan that covered the period of 2017 to 2028, and that plan really was predominantly designed to implement our asset management plan. So it was very heavily capital focused, and so staff were asked to complete a comprehensive update of that plan to include all aspects of the city's finances. So we've looked at the operating side of our business quite heavily as well. And so similar to the budget process, the long-range financial plan does consider our capital forecasts, our special project forecasts, and the operating forecasts. It gives consideration to the various studies and plans that have come before council that all have financial implications to them. And then it also gives consideration to managing new positions that we might need over the 10 years, how to look at our revenue, and then more significantly, looking at our debt and reserves. So we'll start today by talking about the capital forecast. The capital forecast over the 10 years has about $891 million on the tax-supported capital program, and then additionally, the water and wastewater program for about $146 million. So in total, over the 10 years, this municipality looks to spend over $1 billion on our capital infrastructure. What that looks like when we break it down, the bulk of it going to roads and related infrastructure, so bridges and sidewalks and things like that. I don't think there's any surprise. The Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation has the next biggest portion of the pie, and their capital program is not typically rolled into our budgets as we present them to council. The reason we've included them is because their debt is a component of our overall financials, and so we wanted to include it into the picture so that we could understand the implication of their component of the capital program as well. So that I won't go through all the individual pieces of the pie. Water and wastewater, the next largest, at $77.6 million for wastewater and $68.5 million for water. And then the rest of our city facilities make up the balance of that capital program. On the revenue side, when we look at how our capital program over the 10 years is being funded, you can see that there's a significant portion that's debt funded, $663 million. The capital reserves, $240 million, and that's largely due to this council's decision to add that extra 1.5% dedicated tax levy for capital purposes. That's enabled us to have more money in the capital reserve, more money to spend on our capital infrastructure. Grants and deferred revenues at $133 million. That's things like our federal gas tax and provincial gas tax dollars that we're used to see flowing into the city on an annual basis. So we are assuming that that will continue. And then you can see some of our other reserves that we'll use to fund our capital program. So our capital forecast of that almost $1 billion, what is included are some major infrastructure requirements stemming from our studies and plans. So not all of them, but we've captured the larger items. As I said earlier, we've assumed a status quo for our grant support, things like our gas tax and our OSIF funding. We've included that dedicated 1.5% tax levy increase specific to our capital needs, and we've assumed that that continues for each of the 10 years. And then, as I indicated, we've also included the Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Housing Corporation. Again, just because it forms part of our debt, we needed to look at that bigger picture. What isn't included in the capital forecast is operating induced capital costs. What I mean by that are we sometimes make operating decisions, like to bring a service in-house rather than outsource it, and sometimes there's capital costs associated with that. So if we bring a service for roads maintenance that we previously had that service being done externally by a contractor, we decide to bring it in because it's less expensive, but there's an initial capital outlay. And so because we don't know that we're going to make those decisions over the next 10 years, we also haven't included those costs into our capital program. So that would be an example of something that's not there. The major provision to replace Victoria Manor, we understand, isn't going to happen in this 10-year window, and so that is not included either. There are funds to manage the ongoing annual needs there, but not for a major replacement. There is not any provisions for any new facilities required to support growth. So if, as an example, we hit a population level where we needed to build a new community center, those costs are not currently included in the 10-year window. And then a provision for anything unknown, anything that might come at us in the next 10 years. We have not built any buffer into this plan to manage anything like that. You want me to break there?
Yeah, let's just, I mean, this is a pretty large presentation in some different areas, so are there any questions on that capital forecast portion before we move ahead? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for the information. I'm just curious on the gas tax. Are you anticipating a substantial increase in gas tax considering what's happening to the price of gas? because a good portion of that is tax money that's collected. And I just wondered if you had any feeling or any understanding of what may happen with that.
So through the mayor, we have not assumed any significant increase. Whenever you're preparing something like a long-range financial plan, you want to assume, you want to be conservative. So I'd rather include things we know today than make a guess and then have to come back to council and say, oops, we don't have the funding we thought. So you'll see on the operating side, we're taking the reverse approach and actually assuming some of our grant funding is going to taper off. But we have not made any provisions for additional gas tax funding. If that happens, that'll be a win for the municipality.
Thank you. As the price of gas goes up, people drive less, so they use less gas. So it kind of probably offsets it a bit. Deputy Mayor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. Just on your last statement about no buffer to manage, do you have any, do you have your little crystal ball to say what kind of ramification that could possibly cost us in the future?
Through the mayor, I don't. I'm not as concerned, I guess, perhaps on the capital side of not having that buffer in there because our capital program is so large. We could shift and pivot if we needed to. It'd be lovely if we could put aside some rainy day money. But you'll see as we talk about debt, the capacity just isn't there right now.
Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, just feeding off Mr. Mayor, just feeding off Councillor Elmsley's remarks. Have you anticipated a substantial reduction in the gas tax revenue based on what the provincial government has announced, where they're going to not charge it?
Yeah, through the mayor, I have seen that they're going to reduce the gas tax in the near term. We have not. We've assumed status quo. Recognizing this is a long-term plan, and we'll have to bring it forward to council each year and update on what's known and the ramifications of that. But I think it's a safe assumption to leave it status quo for the long term.
So provincial gas tax is for transit, correct? And the federal, which they haven't made any notions about reducing, is where we get for our infrastructure. So it's probably more capital related, but yeah, it could affect the transit going forward. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Well, I guess before we leave gas tax, now that municipalities are so dependent upon gas tax, and it's in your long-term forecast, with your colleagues, is there any discussion around the impact of electric vehicles? Because it certainly looks like that's certainly going forward is with all the announcements, and long-term, it certainly looks like there's going to be a good possibility of a lot less gas tax, and which we've become very dependent upon.
Through the mayor, you raise a really good point. And it's something that we're going to have to be mindful of going forward, is to see the impact of that. Hopefully it'll be beyond the 10-year window that we'll see any significant reductions, but we'll be monitoring that for sure.
Maybe we'll get a portion of the carbon tax, and that'll make up for it, eh? You never know. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
I thank you through you. Jennifer, what about the housing? They just brought forward the housing and the increases in the value of the homes. When is MPAC doing the reassessment? Because that will be bringing in considerable amount, I would think, of increased taxes.
Yeah, through the mayor, it doesn't, unfortunately. The reassessment just shifts who pays the taxes. So it reassesses between the residential portion of the tax and the commercial. But at the end of the day, it generates $0 extra for the municipality. I don't, but Linda Liotti is probably online if we wanted to ask her. I think it's happening next year, the year after. They postponed it because of COVID.
Their assessment, I think, is scheduled for next year.
For next year,
Yeah, next year. They put it off 1 year, one more year. So, yeah. Any other questions for Jennifer on that first portion? Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move, now that we've talked about this large capital program that we have and that a good portion of it is funded through debt, we'll talk about a debt strategy. And so currently, as council knows, we have this self-imposed debt limit, 25 million on the tax levy, 49.5 million on the water and wastewater. And that essentially allows staff, when they bring forward the budget each year, that they can have debt up to that limit. And then anything over and above that comes to council to be considered as a special debenture. And so, you know, there's some opportunities with that strategy in that, you know, there's a debt, staff have direction on that debt limit of 25 million and 49.5. They know they can plan the capital program around that. Our challenge with that is that the debt, that self-imposed debt limit is always being utilized. The mayor likes to refer to it as the credit card that's always maxed out, and that there's truth to that. We don't have any direction on how or what debt can be used for, so it really becomes a tool that we use to balance the budget each year. And then more significantly, I think the challenge for this council is that approving debt is really on a first come, first served basis. So you're making a decision today perhaps on whether or not to take on debt without really understanding what the debt needs are down the road. And so we'll look to put a debt strategy in place that will help to manage that. So our capital program, tax and water and wastewater, you can see in the bars how that capital program is broken down. So baseline is our infrastructure that we have today that we need to maintain. The teal colored bar is expansionary, so those are new projects, things that aren't an asset today that we're adding new. Kawartha Lakes Police is the tiny bar in red, very small capital program. And then the yellow color is the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation's capital program. So you can see how we're spending each year. The black line that goes through it is the portion of the capital program that's funded by debt. So over the 10-year window, about 35% of our capital program is debt funded. And how that breaks down just on a percentage basis, you can see that our baseline, again, that's maintaining our existing assets. Debt's about 11%. Ideally, in a perfect world, that would be closer to 0, but 11% I think is reasonable given the significant amount of assets that we have. Expansionary are those new projects, 42% debt financed at this point or over the 10-year window. Kawartha Lakes Police, again, small enough that can be managed with existing funding. And then the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corp is 77% debt funded, and that should be no surprise. Their entire model is around building homes, getting the revenue in and the rent in that covers those borrowing costs. So that is exactly what I would expect theirs to look like. And then on the water and wastewater side, about 40% of our program is debt funded. So that's how we get to that 35% debt funding overall. So we had talked to council, I believe in October, about establishing a debt servicing ratio. And so a debt servicing ratio is really looking at how much debt we have relative to the revenue that the city brings in. And council gave us direction to proceed and make an assumption on the long-range financial plan that we could forecast a 10% debt servicing ratio. I think it's important to note MMAH, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, starts to get a little bit concerned if our debt ratio exceeds 7.5. They consider anything over 10% to be high. And so when we look at what happens with our debt servicing ratio over the 10 years of this plan, you can see that we hit the 7.5% that MMAH starts to question very early on, and then we exceed the 10% that council asked us to stay within by the time we hit 2026. And so, you know, over the 10 years though, we're under 14%, so we're not far off as far as trying to get this thing balanced. And one of the ways that we can help mitigate those increasing debt costs is to put in a debt strategy. And so what a debt strategy would do to help us is it would define the purpose for which we would take on debt. So it's not just us coming to council saying this is a good project, we don't have funding for it, let's assume debt. It would define the process for how debt is accessed. And then it would also establish limits within the organization and by program. And I'll describe what I mean by that. So defining when debt could be issued, we would look to put in a debt strategy and get council's endorsement on it and some ideas that we have around how to manage that debt. would be to have some parameters that debt would only be used if the useful life of the asset is greater than 20 years, so it's got that long-term benefit. If it's appropriate that the costs be allocated between current and future users, so that would be an expensive piece of infrastructure that we need to put in place that's not just going to benefit those residents that are here today, but benefit future residents, and so spread that cost so that the costs are being borne by all. Where there's sufficient revenue to support the debt servicing costs, and so that KLHHC is the perfect example of that, where they have that model in place that any debt they take on, they've got revenue to support it. And then anytime a project exceeds a specific amount. I've suggested 5 million, it could be lower than that, but really trying to look at using debt for those significant capital costs is what that's intended to do. And so then we would also look in this strategy to define how debt is accessed. So of course, even today, all projects that require debt funding must be approved by council. The budget request would have to provide some additional information on how it aligns with that debt strategy, what it means to our overall debt limits, and how it's impacting the long-range financial plan. And then we would look to have the treasurer report annually, likely during budget time, on where we stand with our debt limit. We then need to look at how we're going to establish who gets access to that 10% debt servicing limit that council has suggested. And so what we looked at, and from previous conversations from council, I think there was a discomfort with staff just having the ability to come forward with a budget that consumed that entire 10%. And so we would look to put in place a cap that staff could work within to present the budget. It would still need to be in alignment with the parameters of the debt strategy. But staff would have the ability to come forward with a budget that was within that limit, and we would retain a discretionary amount that was for council to determine what to do. So we're not suggesting staff would consume that full 10% debt servicing limit. And so what that looks like, currently, the city has about 6.4% of the 10% already consumed. That's our debt servicing ratio now is 6.4%, which equates to about $125 million. And so you can see that the bulk of that's going to that self-imposed limit between tax and water and wastewater is about 4.4%. 1.4% is what we had previously referred to as special debentures. Those are things council approved over and above what staff are recommending. And then KLHHC has about 0.6% of that debt. And so some methodologies we could use to try and determine what that cap would look like. We could base it on each of those categories, proportionate share of the 10-year capital program. We could do it based on the value of city's assets, based on the total revenue that each of those groups generates, or a hybrid of those three. And what that looks like on the chart, you can see that that would suggest that of the 10% debt servicing ratio, we would suggest that the tax-supported portion of our capital program consume about 70% of that debt, water and wastewater about 20%, and KLHHC about 10%. And it's important to note that we have development charge-related debt, but we've rolled that into the category in which the program would support. So to ensure that council, that staff aren't sort of consuming all of the debt and leaving us in a zero position, what we would suggest is that staff be able to bring forward in the budget a debt limit that consumes up to 7.5% of the debt servicing ratio. And again, that's not, staff would need to bring forward debt that is in alignment with the debt strategy. So the principles that we talked about earlier of, you know, it being a long-term asset, it being over a certain amount. And then that would leave about 2.5% to get us up to that 10% at council's discretion. So we're not using all of our debt ratio now. We've got a little bit of buffer that council has some decision-making that they can make if something like a Bob Cajun Beach Park or a Cobeconk Wellness Center comes along, something that's not in our financial plan that council says this is a priority, we want to do it, you've got some debt servicing that you could manage that with. And so this is what our forecasted debt in the 10-year plan looks like by category. And so you can see it is the tax levy capital portion of the budget that is consuming the bulk of the debt. Water and wastewater stays fairly consistent, and KLHHC, although it's a small component, does start to grow quite significantly over the 10-year window. But you can see that the debt getting fairly high, where our tax levy capital program is almost consuming the full 10% over the 10-year window. And so if we were to establish that 10% window and have staff consume the 7%, again, we're already at 6.3 or 6.4. There's not a lot of room left there. But using that hybrid model, it would suggest that the tax-supported capital program gets about 5.25%, water and wastewater would get 1.5%, and KLHHC 0.75. Going over to the next category, you can see that our actual requirement's at 13.6, and so every one of those capital forecasts would need to be scaled back if we were going to stay within the 7.5% debt servicing ratio, on the assumption we are leaving council 2.5%, or about 72 million for council to have at its discretion for projects that we don't know about, or to reprioritize some of this. So our next steps on the debt strategy, we would like to bring forward a formal debt strategy for council's approval. We need to confirm that the 10% limit is still where council would like to go, and whether that includes or excludes KLHHC. We could, as a council, decide that 10% is for city finances, and KLHHC can have a dedicated percentage over and above that. And again, whether we want to have that discretionary amount that staff are not able to direct, that's sort of our rainy day fund for council to decide what to do with, whether we want that at 2.5% to remain there. Again, direction on how are we going to allocate the debt amongst the different budgets to prevent sort of the free-for-all as when folks come forward with their budgets, to be able to everybody spend what they want. It'd be nice, I think, particularly for the treasurer, to know the limitations that we need to work within. As we do our development charge background study, I think we need to look at a development charge debt strategy to make sure that our DC debt is being contained. And then staff need to revisit perhaps that 10-year capital program. If council does want to limit debt, then we need to revisit the program about what we actually can afford within the debt limit. So with that, I'll take some questions before moving on.
Yeah, just a quick, just before, because we do have a couple. Can you go back one slide, just to 25? Just want clarification. One back. That's it. Okay, so, no, sorry, that was the one I wanted. My eyes aren't very good. So just for clarification, when you say the 10-year requirement, 13.6% allocated with the tax support, water, wastewater, KLHHC, that is just based on current requirements that we know today. If nothing changes, status quo moving forward over the 10 years, that's what's required. Nothing new being added in there, correct?
That's the 10-year capital program that we currently have built as part of our long-range financial plan, would require 13.6% debt servicing ratio in order to do everything that we have in our capital plan today.
So for instance, when we approved several years ago the housing strategy moving forward, this number of units over so many years, what's required is a 2.5% debt strategy for that allocation to meet that requirement, correct?
Correct. That is, the KLHHC has given us their 10-year budget, and that's the amount of debt servicing ratio they would need in order to develop that program.
But it's not a program that would be developed in 1 year. I mean, it's built out over the 10 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Dunn, you had a question, go ahead.
Yeah, just, I'll start with a couple anyway. Wastewater, the way I understand it, water, wastewater is starting to level off. There shouldn't be going forward, recognizing it's at 49 million, recognizing that it shouldn't be any dramatic increases in water, wastewater debt.
Through the mayor, the water and wastewater financial plan was put together in advance of us looking at debt strategy, and so the plan was developed to maintain within that 49.5 million.
Okay. Like, I have less problem, and I still have a problem, but I have less problem with water, wastewater, because my understanding with water, wastewater, really, we don't have a lot of choice. It's work that simply has to be done. Just like we have to put a road in. So I kind of, I understand that. We have to. I got to pay my heating bill. I got to shovel my driveway. No choice. Kawartha Lake housing, yeah, I'm not too bad there either, because for me that's like a mortgage. I do recognize absolutely that every time we build a housing unit on the capital side, even though we're recovering our investment, we are paying for that on the operating side, which is paid for by our taxes. So we're paying ourselves to pay our own debt. Where I'm really struggling is with everything else. I'm having a hard time with the 7.5 period. I don't trust ourselves to not, oh boy, look at this, we got a whole bunch of extra $1 million to run out and spend them. I simply don't trust us. And I say that as part of us. And I just want to quickly go back to the last budget. We approved a bridge that we can't afford and don't need, because we did, where we've got a bridge coming up in Fenelon Falls that we're probably going to need and we can't afford. But now that's firmly entrenched in the budget. So my question is, when are we going to look at all these fluff things that we've approved? And a lot of them are fluff, it just sounds good. When are we going to go back to that list and say, yeah, that was a really good idea, but we simply cannot afford to do that? I mean, we built 2 parks, and I would have thought it was great to build 1 park, and I didn't even care whether it was in Lindsay or Bobcaygeon. Totally immaterial to me. We didn't have to build $2-3 million parks within the same time frame. So before I get onto this thing, I want to see something that, yeah, we can cut $100 million out of our strategy budgets because council was irresponsible for the last 15 years and spent all this money that we didn't have. Are we going to get a report like that?
So through the mayor, I think, I won't answer your question directly, but I'll answer it indirectly. We are a massive municipality that, upon amalgamation, got a lot of assets that weren't necessarily in the best state of repair. And so this council has been dealing with that, what we called the infrastructure deficit, which was, we had all these assets that needed attention, and we're doing our best to give those assets attention. And there still is that infrastructure deficit where we've got infrastructure that we need to keep maintaining it, and we've got a lot of it, and not as many residents to pay for necessarily all of that infrastructure. And so I think that my message to council on this is, although the capital program as it looks is unaffordable, it does come to council each and every year for council to make the decision in that year about whether or not we want to proceed with some of those capital programs. And our job from the finance perspective is to make sure that we're giving council the best information each year on the implications of some of those decisions. And that is why we're looking to build a debt strategy, so we're very clear about when we do and don't take on debt and the process for how we do that, so that council has some better control over how debt gets spent moving forward. And the other comment that I would make is that we're at 6.4% debt today. To get to 7.5 is $25 million, and we're looking at a 10-year capital program with billions of dollars worth of assets. So yes, the numbers are big, but as I've said to this council before, when you put that in the household perspective, our debt is very small relative to the total assets that we're trying to maintain. That would be my response.
I don't have an issue with fixing things that are broke. But I'm sitting, I don't know what it is because every day it goes up. But I'm sitting on a $500,000 asset, probably more, but $500,000 asset. I can't buy a quart of milk with that. I can't put gas in my car with that. Yeah, it's great to have an asset, but that asset actually is costing me money. So to say that we can borrow this money because we have an asset, to me doesn't wash. What we need to do is we need to look at where we're spending our money, and if it's nice to have, then I don't want to spend money there. I want to spend money on gotta-haves, and I'm not just talking about this 4-year council or even this 8-year council. I'm going back 12 years. We keep on coming up, we got around the $25 million by having special debentures. Well, we can't use that, so we'll have a special one. Now we got 4 special debentures on the books. If you want to talk credit cards, that's like running your credit cards up, and now we're going to amalgamate our credit cards so we can run our credit cards back up again, because when I was a kid, I ran that game. So we've got to look at not spending money, and what do you need from, because I don't blame staff. We told you to do it. But what do you need as far as direction from us to go back there and look at every approved program that using to justify debt and say, hey guys, you may want to consider these 5 programs and take them right out of the budget. That's the kind of report I want to see before I'm prepared to support any kind of more debt increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley, please push your button if you want to speak, because I can't do hands and buttons, so.
Thank you. I don't know what to follow that up with. Anyway, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page and that we're understanding the same thing. So when we talk about a 7.5% debt ratio or a 10% debt ratio to what? Ratio to the total capital program, ratio to the total budget, ratio to our total assets. Could you just flesh that out?
Sure. Through the mayor, the debt servicing ratio looks at the amount of debt that we're taking on relative to our revenue. So it's about affordability, essentially. So it would be that for every dollar that we get in, 7.5 cents is debt funded.
Great. Now, when it comes down to maintaining infrastructure and building new infrastructure, that infrastructure either appreciates or depreciates. And how does that in any way affect the debt ratio?
It does not.
Is that normal, or?
Yeah, so through the mayor, the debt ratio is really just looking at how much debt we've taken on, divided by our total revenue. So if you think of your household, if you've got a mortgage of $100 and you make $1,000, you can do the math and figure out what your debt ratio is. So the
Right.
value of the asset that we're putting in has no bearing on it.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you, I think my question was just answered. I guess I was, following the bouncing ball that we're currently at that 6.4, so we've got 1.1% wiggle room. And I guess I'm going to err some caution just because I'm concerned with the impact the inflation's going to have on us moving forward when we look at our long-term strategies. And, it's going to cost us more to do less. So, if you're looking for a direction, I think we need to be cautious right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Through you to Director Stover. You talked about raising funds for the corporation, and we always, according to your statistics there, we have to get more long-term debt or debentures. First of all, you had mentioned a while ago that we don't even have a credit rating as a municipality. And the other thing is, and I brought this up 2 years ago, I know it was dismissed, but a lot has changed in the last 2.5 years, and I'll just read one particular paragraph, one sentence, to do with called muni bonds or municipal bonds. Municipal bonds typically provide a municipal government guarantee and are available in many terms to maturity and various credit ratings to unrated. They offer investors diversification within the government sector and may offer more yield than a provincial or Canada bond. That's from a Canadian chartered bank who issues municipal bonds to municipalities. So we are doing this now. The banks and credit unions and asset management funds in Canada, in Ontario, are actually investing in municipalities. Just wondering, why aren't we looking at that now? Because it's allowed, they're doing it now. And the other question was, after all these years, how come we've never even applied for a credit rating in our municipality?
So through the mayor, we did bring a report forward on this. And there's a few reasons we haven't got a credit rating. One is that there's a cost associated with it, and it is an immense amount of work. You have to get your credit rating every single year, so we'd be looking essentially at an additional staff person just to manage that. We also did the analysis that at this point, the city doesn't have enough debt for it to warrant the need to go outside and get bonds. Currently, we can get better rates through Infrastructure Ontario, and I think we did commit to council that we'll continue to review that on an annual basis to determine whether that's still the case. But at the time that we did the report, we would need to go out for a fairly significant amount of debt on an annual basis in order for it to warrant a better yield by using bonds. And so, although the city does have $125 million in debt, we go out in small increments to get our debt. We don't have, a $40 million or $50 million debt call on an annual basis. It's more, $5 to $10 million. And in order to really reap the benefits of using bonds, we would need to be going out for a much larger call for debt, in the neighborhood of 25 to 50 million, and we're just not there right now on an annual basis.
And just one more question, please. We have a lot of money tied up in assets and in real estate, and with the value of it going up all the time, is that not another option we could use? Gravel pits as an example. I mean, a prime example of assets that we have that could be liquidated to help our cash flow. Are we looking at that now seriously? Please.
Through the mayor, we do have a slide on a revenue strategy. And although we call it a revenue strategy for that reason, we could maximize our revenues by looking at some of the assets that we currently have that are costing us money, generating very little revenue, are perhaps in poor state of repair, and therefore, to Councillor Dunn's comment, we're throwing capital dollars at maintaining an asset that maybe shouldn't be maintained any longer. And so that is something that council needs to consider. My assumption is that we will build that strategy sort of in a framework, but I wouldn't anticipate that this council, getting close to an election, would want to start weighing into reviewing that in any great detail.
Okay. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Have we looked at scaling back the very aggressive housing plan at all?
We as staff have not. Council approved the Kawartha Lakes Housing Corporation's plan, and so we have put the 10-year capital program as they presented it to council into this model, and it would be at council's discretion to determine whether or not they wanted to proceed with that.
We approve the plan. Councillor Riley, go ahead. Yeah, no, you.
If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe just to follow up, we talked a little bit before, I think it was mentioned, it really is a self-contained sort of asset because it has a different revenue source. So it's not driving significant pressure on the tax rate. So in effect, by actually accommodating that program, you're almost putting a debt ceiling on the other tax support area, which is really more of your jurisdiction to be able to make determinations. So when we were looking at it, we felt it was reasonable to, or it certainly was accommodated within your current sort of debt ceilings, regardless of what you set it at, whether it's 10 or 7.5. So if you were to pull back on it, the net effect of that is really you're creating more debt room once you set that ceiling, but you're really then just shifting the burden to the other portfolios. And so I think we have to have a balanced approach in terms of just how we're looking to expand on those assets and the fact that it's got a sort of self-contained sort of payback for the most part that is separate from tax support.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Thanks very much, and I know this is probably maybe not really part of your 10-year forecast, but we've had this exponential growth, and we know there's going to be huge pressures with our infrastructure. And at the same time, we're also going through a development charges review now as well. And the old adage that development charges pay for the growth probably is 80 to 90% true. We all know that it probably doesn't cover it all. Are you thinking along the lines, are you projecting along the lines, or is one of your considerations about taking into consideration of this huge infrastructure that we're going to have to build in the not too distant future with these MZOs happening as well? And I know you can't have a crystal ball, but would you have a comment on that?
Sure, through the mayor. So our capital program as it sits here does include some of the development charge projects, some of the more significant ones, but it certainly doesn't include all of them. And we do need to look at, as part of our DC update, putting in a debt strategy specific to growth. And I think that what that would look like is ensuring that there's always enough development charge revenue to pay for the debt servicing costs, so that doesn't become a burden to the taxpayer, because you are correct. DC's does not pay for growth entirely. And so, you know, we do have some DC debt today, which is okay. We've had to put some infrastructure in place in order to spur on growth and make sure growth can happen. But we need to manage that going forward to make sure that the debt we're taking on is to generate growth and not to do some of the more soft service type activities like parks and recreation and libraries and things that could wait until growth is in place and the revenue's there to pay for it. So we will definitely be considering the impacts of all of that as part of our DC update and making sure we manage it in alignment with what we have in the long-range financial plan.
Sounds so positive. Thank you for that.
Follow-up, Councillor Armsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. DC's piqued my interest. We currently have a couple of incentives attached to DC's to spur industry to come in, or new businesses or whatever. Given what's happening in the housing market and the need for housing, is it time we relooked at those programs and maybe looked at sunsetting them so that we put our DCs back where the study said they should be and not incentivizing?
Yeah, so through the mayor, there is a development charge update that's happening now. And I don't know if Adam Found is attending this meeting, but he probably would be better to speak to it. But I am assuming that we will be looking at all of those policies that were in place previously and looking to see whether, one, they worked, and two, whether or not it makes sense to proceed with them going forward.
So we have Adam on the screen. Are we getting a report on DCs, Adam, just as an update? Then we can make a bit of an informed decision at that time. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. As part of this DC bylaw update, we are committed to reporting the council specifically on the incentives that Councillor Elmsley mentioned. And that is actually something the council has directed us to do. So we will be including that as part of the overall DC bylaw update. And I expect that will come to council sometime early in the fall.
Thank you. Okay,
or possibly late summer.
thank you. Councillor Yeo, you had a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, more of a comment on the conversation than a question. I believe if we're questioning the use of debt and how much debt and all that stuff we're doing, I think if we don't want to have debt, we're joking, we're kidding ourselves. We have too many assets and we don't have the population to not have debt. I'm more than comfortable not including the housing debt with our debt, because it is pays for itself, and both levels of government coming up are going to be, in my mind, are going to be shoveling money out for affordable housing in the near future, which might in fact help that, keep that debt down. So I'd actually like to see the two of them separated, and I have no problem with the 10%. The 7.5% is great, and the extra 2.5% for council to bump up in extraordinary circumstances. I think that all sounds great, and I think it should form part of a debt strategy. And that being the key statement right there is we do need a debt strategy to keep council in line, as per Pat Dunn's worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, you had a follow-up question? Go ahead.
Yeah, just actually, it's a question to you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to assume that after we're done with this report, it's going to be a motion to receive. Could I do a follow-up motion after that's over?
Sure can. Yep. Yeah, we haven't had the whole presentation yet, so any other questions on this portion? So I have a couple of questions. You knew I would. You know, I think there's a couple of comments made. I won't say I take exception to them, but I take exception to them. You know, council in the last 15, 20 years made decisions as a council, as a group. You know, it's easy to go back and say it was a good decision. It was, you know, maybe we didn't need this, maybe we didn't need that, but we made those decisions as a council. And these strategies these plans that come forward from our different organizations and these strategies that we endorse, I think the fault has always been, and I'll credit this council and the last council, the fault has always been we've had the plans and the strategies and the ideas come forward without knowing how it affects our long-term financial plan. So we were making a one-off decision. This sounds like a really good idea. Let's do this. This makes sense for our residents, you know, with everything else going on. But we never had that long-term plan that we could, you know, the question could be asked, how does this affect our long-term plan moving forward and our debt strategy, you know, moving forward? Does it fit within it? No. You know, then maybe that's more information. And it's the same with the plans and strategies that you know, that we're always asked to endorse as a council. We don't always have, how does this affect, you know, the housing is a good example that came forward. And we actually pulled it back a little bit from what was being recommended. You heard what the need was half an hour ago. You know, so we endorse this without knowing, you know, what kind of debt is going to be required to hit those numbers or to hit those targets. And, so we can look back and say we should have done this, we should have done that. It gets us nowhere. I mean, it's what are we going to go from here? And I think to Councillor Yeo's comment, having a strategy moving forward, knowing where we want to be, and recognizing that it's just a strategy. You know, we can see it. We're not locked into anything. No, the future council can come in and double the debt ratio. The next council could come in and say, you know what, we don't like this strategy, we want to put a new strategy together. Every council sits down with the budget and what they want to approve and what they don't want to approve, and it doesn't matter what the strategy is that we've approved, it's really just to give staff direction moving forward to say we have X number of dollars, X number of projects. You've seen the slide. If you don't want to increase the debt, then you need to cut $177 million out of our capital programs. So do it. But every time it comes to council, that's not such an easy decision to make. We're busy adding things to what we already have. So I think we're at that point where, you know, we can go back and forth and we can argue about should have done this, should have done that. But, you know, maybe that slap on the side of the head is we need to sort of have a strategy that this is going to take us forward with what we have. And to Councillor Dunn's point, over here, we need another strategy on how we're going to reduce some of our assets. Because we don't borrow because we have assets. We're struggling to fund because we have so many assets, we have to maintain them. Most of our assets are 50, 75, 100 years old. It's like having a house. You can't just live there and pretend the roof isn't going to give out. You got to spend money to maintain them. We have too many to maintain. And we've had that conversation. I'm certainly not going to go there now, but you know, having a strategy to move forward is just going to help us sort of put that plan in place. Things going to change. Some new idea is going to come forward. Something's going to happen to one of our assets, and you know, a future council will have to make a decision on what we do with that asset. All I think we're being told here is that, you know, if you want to maintain the status quo of what we have over the next 10 years, this is what it's going to cost to do it. So either change what we have or borrow some more money to do it. But you can't just sit here and say, I don't like this, you know, because this is what we've created. So how do we want to deal with it? And, you know, I would lean toward, I really like the idea of separating out the housing, because the housing debt doesn't, you know, I don't want to call it good debt, but the housing debt doesn't scare me at all. So I like the 7.5% ratio, if it includes the tax supported and the water and wastewater. You guys can work that out, what you have, and do another 2.5 just for housing and let them focus on their strategy. I don't think council needs a discretionary debt for any projects that might come forward. Council can deal with that as the project comes forward. I mean, there's nothing to stop a council from saying, we're going to go over that limit and we're going to borrow a little more because this is a really, really good project. Just like we did for Beach Park, just like we're contemplating for the Wellness Center in Cobequid. That's going to continue as we move forward. I think it's just, I don't think we get too caught up in, we're not locking future councils into anything. We're just putting a plan in place to make realistically review what we have, afford what we have. But I think by doing that, we would be not doing our due diligence if we didn't have another plan that needs to come forward, not so much for this council, to review what we have and say, you know, why don't we pare it back a little bit here, compromise a little bit here on the debt, try to keep our tax, you know, levy at a reasonable rate, and, you know, start maintaining what we have and have a little bit of room moving forward. I don't think it's any one more than the other. It's a combination of the above. So, you know, I think we can do follow-up motions. We can go where we want for extra reports, and we should have more information, but I think that's certainly something I'd like to see, you know, coming forward in a debt strategy, recognizing that it's really just a strategy, and it gives you something to start with, a starting point, gives our staff something to start at a starting point, and then we need to figure out, you know, future councils are going to need to figure out going forward, how do you want to maintain that according to the strategy? Is it working? Is it not working? We know things can change drastically in a couple of years, and you know, this whole strategy, maybe in 2 years you got to do another strategy, because you know what, it's not working anymore based on what we know here today. So I don't think we need to feel like we're locking the next council into a 10-year commitment to anything. I think it's just, you know, we have to have some kind of realistic plan in place, and you can't just say, I don't like it, so I'm not going to support it, because that's just irresponsible. So that's not really a question, is it? Just a rant. Any final questions, and we'll go on to the operating forecast portion? Okay, please go ahead.
So we'll look at the operating forecast, and the operating forecast was left to the end deliberately because some of our decisions we make in the capital budget and on our debt impacts what happens in operating. So this slide is showing you what's happening in each of the 10 years as far as what we've forecasted on our operating expenses. And so, you know, you look at the various colors, the dark blue is salaries and benefits, the tan colors, material supplies and services, teal's contracted services, the yellows are transferred to external clients, so that's things like OPP and Victoria Manor. Green is, you know, miscellaneous other things. And you see sort of, they're all sort of growing in step. There's nothing that really sticks out there, and that's, you know, by design. We've put in some cost of living assumptions across the board on most of our operating expenses. And where you start to see the bars growing a little bit more exponentially is in our contribution to reserves, and that's partly because we're looking to, council put in the 1.5% dedicated tax levy increase to cover infrastructure costs, and so we see our contribution to the capital reserve growing as a result of that. But the gray bar at the very end is our debt servicing costs, and so you see that those are growing quite significantly, and that is the principal and interest associated with the debt that we just talked about in the previous slides in the capital program. And so that is really what's putting the greatest pressure on our operating expenses going forward. Our operating revenues, no surprise to anyone, tax revenues is our biggest generator of revenue. Grants, we do see a bit of we have presumed some decrease in our grant funding, but it stays fairly steady. User charges and licenses and fines, again, are those fees that individuals pay for service. Again, seeing those grow a little bit, but not a lot. And then our other revenues. So there's no, on the revenue side, things are fairly steady as far as what we're forecasting out. So what did we include in the operating forecast? We estimated 2% as our annual increase for inflation. And although inflation is well beyond that right now, history tells us that over the longer term, 2% is a reasonable number. We've assumed population growth of 1.5%, and that is likely going to be low in the next couple of years. But we need to consider that growth, again, doesn't necessarily mean new tax dollars to us. Well, it means new tax dollars, but it's not a bonus. With those new residents come more roads to plow and garbage to pick up and fire services and paramedic service and all the costs that we have in our budget today, all the services we provide, we need to provide more of them as we grow. And so we don't anticipate growth to be something that generates additional discretionary revenue, I guess is the way to put it. It'll match with expenses. We've included known contractual increases. We've assumed that the OMPF grant is going to decrease over time, either because the government of the day decides to reduce it, or because we grow and therefore our grant funding starts to tail off. We've included a provision for a modest amount of new staff each year, again, recognizing that as the municipality grows, we also need to have new staff to be able to provide the services. The debt servicing costs associated with the capital plan, you saw that on the earlier slide where we see that really ramping up and growing over time. That dedicated infrastructure tax levy that council approved of 1.5% is included. And we've assumed that KLHHC is self-sustaining. So although they're going to have a large capital program, we're assuming that they are going to continue to have sufficient revenues coming in to cover those debt servicing costs, and there won't be a burden on the tax levy. What isn't included in the operating forecast? Capital-induced operating costs. So those are things in the capital budget, decisions that we make that ultimately end up impacting our operating budget. So, if we add a new vehicle that wasn't previously in our fleet, there's insurance costs and gas and the maintenance, things like that. Parks is a really good example. Council built Logie Park, which is a beautiful park, but there's an operating impact to that. And so there's pressure on the tax levy associated with building that capital program. And so I think from a staff perspective, we need to do a better job of making sure council's informed when they approve a capital program, what the implication is on the operating side. And so we have not included that currently in our forecast. We've assumed no change in service level. So we assume we'll continue to offer the services that we do today at the level we do today. We have not included any provision to address any workforce challenges. So we know that there is a labor shortage out there right now. It's providing some challenges to us today. We don't know what that will look like long term. And so there may be some additional costs associated with that. But for now, we've not included anything. And then again, we haven't included any provision or contingency for anything unknown that may come at us. So what does the long-range financial plan look like from a tax levy perspective? These are the tax levy increases that it currently projects. Council's directed us to come forward at 3%, and so you can see pretty significant increase in 2023, and then obviously tails off to the end of the 10-year window. We're well within the 3%. Obviously, the further out we go in the long-range financial plan, the less great our crystal ball is as far as what's going to happen. And then that 3% obviously doesn't include the 1.5 on the infrastructure side. And so why do we have that big gap in 2023? It's about $6 million. And there's three main reasons for that. One, in 2022, we had about $2.9 million of pandemic funding that we put into the operating budget to help those increased costs and decreased revenues. So that we're assuming that that funding won't be there for next year, but we're also assuming that the costs are going to be there and the decreased revenues aren't going to find their way back. So this really is worst case scenario, I guess is what I'm trying to tell you. We don't believe that full 2.9 million will materialize in 2023, but we'd rather make you aware of it today. So if, things like increased costs that we've assumed because of the pandemic, if those increased costs continue and there's no longer any funding to support it, we will have a pressure. Again, likely not to the full $2.9 million, but there may be some additional hangover costs there for 2023. The capital program assumes some additional debt in 2023. That'll add some pressures to the operating budget of about $2.6 million to service that debt. And then, as I indicated, we've started to assume that the OMPF funding will decrease, so we've got a provision of about $400,000 in the budget for that. So that's what's driving that $6 million. Again, not necessarily that it may materialize, but wanted to make you aware of it. So our next steps on the operating forecast is to confirm with council that 3% we think is achievable for our core services. The debt servicing will put an added pressure on the operating budget that we likely can't afford within the 3%, but we'll see what happens with services. And then next steps also will be to, if there is any direction from council today on the capital or debt, we can then align the operating forecast accordingly. And so there are some other strategies that are sort of in the background going to support this long-range financial plan. And the first one is our people strategy. So I did indicate that we have put a provision in, it's $400,000 for new staff in each of the 10 years. We deliberately have not identified positions, and that's because we recognize that changes in staffing levels can be impacted by growth, they can be impacted by legislation, and they can be impacted by service levels, and we don't have that crystal ball to know how that's going to play out exactly. So rather than identify, we need position A, B, C, and D in the first year, we're just saying we're putting a provision in there. If the staff are needed, we'll spend that $400,000. If they're not needed, then that provision won't be used. And we're also recognizing that it's, as we start to look at our transformation program that we're launching as our recovery from the pandemic, is that you can't just, hit the easy button and add new staff. We need to look at our processes, our practices, whether there's opportunities to use technology to help drive efficiencies so that new staff aren't required. And so as part of our people strategy, we'll look at all of those things, and consistent with what we do today, business cases will come forward on an annual basis as new staff are required so that we can ensure that there is truly a need for them. On the revenue strategy, we talked a little bit about it earlier. This strategy will really be to maximize revenue, so either through cost recovery and subsidy, and that's matching the fee that we charge with the cost of providing that service, doing some market comparisons and seeing if the fees that we're charging are reasonable to what's happening in other municipalities. There might be other opportunities we can look at for revenue strategy, and that might be adding additional fees that we don't have today that we could have opportunity for. There might be additional grant opportunities that come forward. And then the last one, I think, is what this council's already talking about, is that service level review. We have a lot of assets. Does it make sense to keep some of those assets or not? And so we'll put that strategy together more as a framework that will really be available for the next council to delve into and make some considerations on how they want to proceed. Our reserve strategy is the last of the strategies. And I will say that this council was very prudent in establishing the WSIB reserve, the winter control reserve, and insurance reserve. They're really stabilization reserves to help manage those fluctuations in our operating budget. And so when we come forward with the 2021 surplus disposition report, the treasurer will be making some recommendations on the consolidation or elimination of some of our reserves. To, we've got, I think, 64 reserves, some large number, and so some of them sit and never get used. So we'll try and bring that down to a manageable number. And then our reserve strategy will really look at some of our bigger reserves. What's the purpose of it? How do we use it? How does it get replenished? And then is there a minimum or maximum balance that we think is appropriate that council should maintain in those reserves, again, for stabilization longer term? And so my last slide, next steps is that we'll be reporting back to council on those strategies, as well as bringing forward the long-range financial plan. And the treasurer will be bringing forward that 2021 surplus disposition report, which will look to make some recommendations on what we're doing with reserves. And we would hope to bring both of those back by the end of this quarter.
Thank you for that. Any questions on the operating forecast? Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few. If you can go back to your personnel strategy slide, please. I'm not so concerned about hiring new positions because they get justified, but I am concerned about replacing people who leave either through retirement or for whatever reason. And are we, when you talk about all these strategies, is there a comprehensive report that's going to come back to council talking about where we are, how we compare to other municipalities in the whole gamut of wages and benefits and other things, and what seems to be, from as far as we can tell, an impediment to hiring people, so that we can know what's facing us and how we can mitigate against it.
Through the mayor, we certainly can come back with that information.
Do I need a motion to ask for it, or?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. So it's we're probably looking at it more in a report back on our overall recruitment strategy, especially right now in this sort of particular environment. I think there's some short-term, though, issues that we're actually overcoming as we speak. I'm not sure I would be targeting, sort of in this quarter at least, a report like that, whether it's for information for this council or bringing it in the context of maybe the future budgets and what structure looks like. I know I've done that almost on a one per term basis, so certainly can take that under advisement for the sort of early on orientation of the new council, and maybe just expose some of those overall staffing pressures, costs, et cetera. Makes sense.
Thank you. And just talking about our 3% and our 1.5% to capital. We have, I believe, for the last 3 years had, and I'm using the numbers off the top of my head, but I think it was like 2.5 million surplus, and then around a 3 million surplus, and I think last year it was like 4.5 million. Not last year, previously. I don't know what last year's was. We haven't seen it yet. But when we increase the budget by 3%, and then like 4.5 million is a 4% tax increase, really. And I think we do an amazing job at budgeting, but we always seem to be able to eke out these surpluses. And I'm just wondering if we need to do something, like if we're imagining that this is going to cost this much, and it doesn't cost that much, and we end up with these surpluses. because I don't think it's a good idea to have surpluses in that range every year. I think it looks like, you know, we're funding our reserves by raising taxes. And I don't know if you have a comment on that, or if you think it is a wise strategy.
Yeah, so through the mayor, a couple comments. We have had some reasonably large surpluses in the last couple of years, but we've also been in some pretty unprecedented times. And we took council's feedback that they did not want to be in a deficit position, and so we had to scale things back in order to make sure that that didn't happen. And so, you know, I think we need to look at going forward, what do our surpluses look like in non-pandemic times when we can operate as normal and see what happens there. The other comment that I would make is that although $4.5 million seems like a very large number, it is a $250 million budget, right? So when you do that percentage, it's not a large number at the end of the day. But your point is taken, and I think we need to look at, again, what's happening going forward and whether or not those surpluses are sustained, and then we'll have to revisit that.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick ones. On page 32, you're projecting an operating cost, I think it's around 7%. Yeah, just over 7%. Recognizing that we're allocating 3% to operating costs, do you have a strategy on how we're going to make up the other 4%?
Yeah, so through the mayor, it's really these 3 items that are driving that. So the 2.9 was in 2022, council had some one-time funding that went to help offset our pandemic costs. So again, we'll see what happens with that. My expectation is that we'll be able to mitigate some of that one-time funding in 2023, but we need to wait and see what happens with the levels of funding. The $2.6 million is new debt servicing costs in 2023. So again, it'll be dependent on what happens with the capital program. If we scale that capital program down, don't need to borrow as much, then that cost should come down. And OMPF, we've put in a provision to reduce it. In all likelihood, it probably will stay the same. So, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic that we can manage within the 3% in 2023, but we wanted to make sure we were exposing this as a potential pressure. We'll see what happens when we put the budget together.
And on page 35, you were talking about a $400,000 per annum increase for new staff. How many bodies does that break down to? Recognizing there's different salary levels, just on a rough number.
Through the mayor, I'd say, you know, assuming an average salary level, probably 4 staff, when you figure salary and benefits included in.
Okay, all right. And I guess my final question is, for years, and I'm talking 12 years, I've approved huge budgets, or what I consider huge, budgets for IT, always on the promise that they're going to give us efficiencies and reduce staff. Do we have any idea when we're going to see those efficiencies and reduction of staff?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I have, yes, we've seen some efficiencies already. Honestly, what I think I've seen, certainly over the last maybe even 4 or 2 terms now, is quite frankly a flattening of sort of staff expansion. And I think it is a combination of bringing technology aboard. We really don't have a lot of new positions annually in our budgets, and we haven't over the last few years. But again, I wouldn't attribute it all to shifting to technology, but it's certainly a strategy that has helped us to really flatten that curve a little bit.
So we're not going to get, like last year we approved 12 new staff. Like I found that on the large side. Are we anticipating that number coming down?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was a high number relative to what we've done over the last couple of years. I think that provision of the 4 to 5 staff in that in our plan is really reflective of maybe the average. But there will be the odd year where maybe there's a leap in growth and we need to expand somewhere, or it's a combination of funding. I think last year was also attributed to some substantive provincial monies that were offsetting those costs. And in fact, So there were new positions and expanded positions as well, but they were funded from other sources as well. But I think you'd see a 4 to 5 average over year.
Well, I can appreciate the funding from last year, but who's going to fund next year? You know, like I understand what you're trying to tell me. We had extra funding, so we brought on new staff, but they're coming on for 30 years, hopefully. So the fact that we got funding for 1 year, because just in budgets in general, one of my concerns that I've developed over the years is that the province and the federal government get together and they do this third stuff. And we say, oh my God, we got to spend that money because we get 2/3 of it free. But we're still paying a third. And we forget that fact that it's still costing us a third. And if we buy something we don't really need enough to pay for it ourselves, then we should be judging whether or not we should be even, worrying about the 2/3 they're going to give us just because they can. That's all. It's just a comment.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Through you to Director. You mentioned the word efficiencies, and that was just brought up a few seconds ago. We have 2 dedicated staff members that run the Office of Strategy Management for the last 3 or 4 years. Are you still working with them? And the last I saw the report that they gave council, they were saving $6 million, quite a significant amount of money. Are we working with them still, or are they part of this whole process here? Because these were 2 dedicated staff members that their sole purpose still is to find efficiencies within the corporation here and to help us through our capital budgets and our operating budgets to save money. And I'm just wondering if we're still actively engaged with these with this office that we have internally.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. Yes, definitely, they take a leadership role in looking at sort of modernizing services, doing service audits, looking for efficiencies. That's been ongoing. Their role has slightly changed from what you're maybe describing in the early days when we established the office. We're doing core service reviews, and we were changing service levels through those recommendations. But they certainly are taking an active role. In fact, I think later in the agenda, I'll talk a little bit about the service transformation program that we're launching, and it's being launched sort of with their leadership, among others, to inform all the different service levels and looking for innovation and savings.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's maybe through to Ron. I don't know whether anybody saw the program on TVO last night. They talked about they were talking a lot about cyber fraud with municipalities and how there's interference from other countries and how many municipalities have been now forced to pay ransom. And so they're talking about how municipalities are actually going to have to increase their IT departments with the new technology and all this kind of stuff. And they were just saying that it's even cheaper now just to pay than it actually is to fight it. And some municipalities aren't even going to be able to they're not going to be able to be insured for it in the future. So they're just saying how the IT departments are going to have to be really increased and become more important, and particularly difficult for smaller municipalities throughout the province. But there was quite a large conversation on it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can only, it's a comment. So I agree with your comment for sure. And certainly it has been embedded in our recent updates to our insurance, how we're approaching it. What we've taken on is cyber insurance. Honestly, the great news is we were able to sort of get ahead of this, in my mind, and it resulted in significantly less premiums when you compare to our neighbors and some of our other partners, especially small municipalities. And so I think we're in good stead tentatively. That's part of is putting aside the potential for the costs or the risk. The other side is making sure that your systems are secure and that they're modernized, et cetera. And so we've kind of done a dual strategy on that. But I think we're in a very good position as a municipality currently.
Any other questions on the operating forecast or any other part of the presentation, long-term financial plan? Can I get a motion then to receive, please? Councillor Elmsley, second by Councillor Vale. All in favor? That's passed. To receive, you had a follow-up motion, Councillor Dunn, or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that staff prepare a list of committed to projects with the cost attached to them, just so I can wrap my mind around all the stuff that's coming down the pipe. And if I get a second, I'll explain myself.
What do you mean? You can just clarify, what do you mean by committed to projects?
Oh, okay,
Like, I think
now,
that's pretty general. You want a list of all our services?
No, okay, for example, capital-wise, we have committed to building a bridge. We know that's going to cost us, I think the figure that was given during budget was around $8-9 million. That was the figure that was given. There's a whole bunch of them. So, but when you see the list of outstanding projects that we've approved as a council, and sometimes former councils, that's part of our debt pressure, even though we haven't acquired the debt yet, but part of the reason why we've got to start planning for it. I'm not sure I know what they are and what kind of costs that are attached.
So, is it the capital program for the next 10 years that ties into our debt strategy is really what I think the councillor's asking for, which you're basing the capital needs over the next 10 years against the debt strategy. What are those capital needs that we've already committed to that you're basing it on? I think that's what, is that?
Certainly, we can provide that.
Okay, so let's get that as a motion then, that you'll, when do you want that, when would you like to see that back? Next week?
Sure. Is that reasonable?
Kidding. So your financial plan's coming back in second quarter, so by end of June. Is that realistic to have that capital list? I assume it's, you know what the list is. It's just, can that be part of that financial plan when it comes back? Is that okay, Councillor Dunn?
Yeah,
Does
and
that
as
work?
long as I have a week or so to look it over prior to the actual meeting, it'll help. Otherwise, I just got to keep on asking questions, that's all. Thanks.
So moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Ashmore. You spoke to it. You don't need to, you want to speak to it? You're okay? Just the information? I think it's good information. Anybody have any issues? All in favor? Pass? Okay. So, don't go away. So do you have what you need from council for your long-term financial plan? I mean, we've had a good discussion, but is there some clarity you're looking for? What are you basing that? I know Councillor Yo's got his hand up, I see it, but is there something you're looking for as far as direction? And then council obviously will make a decision in Q2. But do you have what you need from council right now? Or is there a couple of scenarios that you're going to look at that council can sort of base their decision on?
I think that I have enough information. We'll continue to bring forward the operating budget within 3%. We'll continue to have the 1.5% dedicated tax levy. We'll build the debt strategy as we talked about, and we can bring forward a couple of different scenarios on the debt strategy, whether that's 7.5% for city business, and then an additional 2.5% for KLHHC, as you indicated, or whether we can come forward with 7.5% with everything in, and that 2.5% buffer for council to have at their discretion. We can come forward with some different scenarios on the debt strategy.
Yeah, I think if you have a few different scenarios that council can look at against the capital assets that we've just asked for, then it'll give council a little bit of background on that. So is everybody comfortable with that for what we need going forward? I had Councillor Yo first, so let me.
Sorry, yep.
You had a question, Councillor Yo, or a comment? Go ahead, sir.
My question was around the debt strategy, but it's just been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, and I think it was answered for me as well. I would be very interested to see the strategy come back with KLHC segregated from the strategy as a separate strategy by itself, because I
Yeah,
firmly
whether the
believe-
rest of it is at 7 or 10 or 5, whatever, but keep it separate as a strategy. Yeah, I think
Absolutely,
you've
yeah.
got that direction. I agree. I think we all agree on that, so. Is everybody good with that direction coming back in June then? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and deal with our overview of our reports. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're into our reports. So item 7.1 is a clerk's office policy review. Part of our term policies to be reviewed. I will turn it over to our city clerk, Kathy Ritchie, to give us a quick overview. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So the City Clerk's Division, through you, Mr. Mayor, is proposing 4 policies be revised, that 1 policy be repealed and replaced, and that the Remembrance Day donations policy be rescinded and replaced by a management directive. So the Remembrance Day donations policy is something that's budgeted for annually. The policy was reviewed and staff determined that the Remembrance Day donation process can be implemented through a management directive rather than through a council policy. The Remembrance Day donation management directive is attached as Appendix A to this report, has been reviewed, updated to reflect the current process that is followed. The delegation of council powers and duties policy. So the delegation of council powers and duties policy was established to provide a central repository to outline the authority that council has delegated to staff. Delegation of authority provides an opportunity to streamline the decision-making process, which improves responsiveness. Staff have reviewed the delegation of council powers and duties policy and made the necessary updates as outlined in Appendix B to ensure that the policy accurately captures all of the delegated authorities that are currently in place. So there was some additional updates added that had already been approved by council. One is the letters of concurrence for uncontested telecommunications facilities. The other is the Housing Service Manager Delegated Authority, Ontario Works Program Delivery Delegated Authority, and the Victoria Manor Delegated Authority. Those were added to the policy. These were all had prior approval of council. So staff are requesting that the updated version of the delegation of council powers and authority be approved. The accountability and transparency policy was established to outline the processes that are implemented to ensure accountability, transparency, openness, and compliance with legislative requirements. Excuse me. Staff have reviewed this policy and have made the necessary updates as outlined in Appendix C to ensure that the policy accurately reflects excuse me, current practices. Sorry, I've got a tickle. Excuse me. The elected officials' records correspondence policy. Excuse me. The elected officials' records correspondence policy was established to provide guidance on the differentiations between official corporate records for the mayor and members of council and their personal papers. Staff have reviewed the elected officials' records correspondence policy and have made the necessary updates to, as outlined in Appendix D to ensure that the procedures that are outlined therein are up to date and accurate. Staff are requesting that the update version of the elected elected officials correspondence policy be approved. The confidentiality of information was established as members of council committees, task forces, and have staff have access to corporate records. Staff have reviewed this policy and have made necessary updates as outlined in Appendix E to ensure that the processes are staff are requesting that the updated version of the confidentiality of information policy be approved. So the extended use of lottery proceeds for general maintenance. So we're asking that bylaw as Appendix F be rescinded, as it is no longer required, as is the duplicate of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario policy manual. Staff are therefore requesting that the extended use lottery proceeds for general maintenance policy be rescinded.
We won't ask, thank you. We won't ask you to repeat that. Hopefully, there's not too many questions, but I think the CAO can maybe help if there's any questions. So you take a drink. Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm just, the extended use of lottery proceeds, when I discussed this with Legions, what they find is to get it above the 2% range, there's so much record keeping and it's so onerous that they don't feel it's worthwhile doing. And I'm wondering if by rescinding this and going solely with the lottery proceeds, extended use of lottery proceeds, they're probably not going to take advantage of it anyway because, they, as I say, they find the paperwork and the record keeping that they have to do so onerous to prove that their premises are being used by not-for-profits or charitables, that they just throw up their hands and go, well, we don't have the resources to keep track of it. So they never take advantage of it. And I'm wondering what we can do to ease that burden or make it easier for them.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sloan, our Manager of Municipal Law Enforcement. Go ahead, Aaron.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The process that is laid out in the AGCO manual, I think very clearly lays it out, and part of the reporting process, if I'm understanding the question correctly, the reporting process that these charitable organizations are required to follow requires them to give an accounting of what they're using the proceeds for. So they're already doing this process. It's a duplication of effort on our part to have the policy in place when we're referring to the AGCO manual and all the reporting that the charitable organizations are doing is filtered through the licensing officer anyways. I honestly don't think it's needed.
I'm not really arguing against it being needed. I think that one or the other is sufficient. What I'm looking for is the record keeping and keeping track of who uses their space and how much space they use and how long for, and doing the math to go along with it. In my discussions with Legions, they have told me that they don't even bother doing it anymore because it takes them too much time for what they get out of it.
That would be an AGCO requirement, wouldn't it? It's not, I'm not sure we have any authority over that, Aaron.
No, the reporting templates are fairly straightforward. So what they're reporting now, I would think would be sufficient. I can certainly look further into that process outside of this report if the council needs an answer to that question. But I think we look somewhere around the lines of, I think you mentioned 2% or 3%. And I know if there's any inconsistencies in the reports that we're receiving, we are starting that investigation and engaging with the AMCTO directly. So there's good communications all around between the organization and the AGCO.
Yeah, because what it says is that the licensing officer may approve the increase of the 2% maximum allowance of net lottery proceeds for building maintenance and general operating costs, only if the club can prove the need for the funds and show that the facility is used free of charge by eligible charitable organizations more than 2% of the time, or if a branch of the Royal Canadian Legion can prove the need for the funds and show that the facility is used free of charge by charitable or nonprofit organizations more than 2% of the time.
But Councillor, this is the policy that we're repealing.
Yeah.
We're repealing it. So
No.
they don't, then they're just reporting through the AGCO. That's the part of this is to repeal this policy. So it's not here to be implemented, it's to be repealed,
No.
because they have the two policies now.
Yes.
So this one's coming out, or that's a recommendation. This whole policy's coming out, so then it's just through the AGCO and the licensing officer, correct?
Yeah, and I think if there's any question around what needs to be reported, or rentals of the nature that you're describing, I think the conversation just needs to be had with the licensing enforcement officer, and he'll engage the AGCO and they'll get guidance based on the manual.
Okay. Councillor Vail?
I was just going to say, and I can't speak for every Legion out there, right, but I can speak on behalf of my own branch, which I've been the president of for 19 years. And I've been the chairman of the zone, and we've had this discussion many times. The record keeping, to my understanding, and I know from my own branch, is not the issue. It's the 2% that's the issue, right? Because you're talking like most of us don't do it because we get less than $100. It's not worth the time. That's what the issue is. It's the 2% that needs to go up, right? Because you have to have over $10,000 in your lottery account to get $200, and the majority of them, that's not the reality, right? We run with like 3,000 or 4,000 in our lottery account, and that's the issue. It's the 2%. It's not the record keeping.
So there's no issue from your perspective from repealing our portion of this. Is that a comment, Aaron, that could be forwarded to the AGCO with some of the challenges for charitable organizations?
Yes, I think that we can engage them. Maybe that needs to be looked at specifically in that manual.
Thank you. So we have any other questions on the policy? We have a motion in front of us. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to ask the clerk to read it. I'm not going to read it, but it's there as printed. If everybody's okay with those policy changes, anybody want to move that? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Vail will second. Any comments, questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Item 7.2 is the Corporate Services Council Policy Update. Director of Corporate Services, Jennifer Stover, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Letham. So Corporate Services has 5 policies that we're looking to have approved as amended. And I will first apologize that I didn't do a tracked change version of the policies, so I had to submit the new policy and the old policy, but I'll do my best to explain the changes. So the first 4 are human resource related. The whistleblower policy attached as Appendix A. The significant change there is that we actually hired a third party to review our whistleblower policy, our code of conduct, and our occupational health and safety policy around the whole complaint process, and staff launching a complaint for any reason. And the main thing that came out of that review was that we needed to streamline the process for staff to make a complaint or to report a concern. And so the whistleblower policy, which is the first policy that's been changed, really is just to reference that management directive that we'll be creating on how to report a concern or misconduct. So that's the change there, is referencing that new policy or that new management directive. The occupational health and safety policy, again, the key change there is just addressing the employer's position that workplace violence and workplace harassment will not be tolerated. And the process for making complaints under that will also be under that new management directive. Our employee code of conduct, we did a complete overhaul. It looks very different than the old code of conduct. The intent is the same. There's not a lot of change in the intent, probably no change on the intent. It was just really rewritten to make it more user-friendly from the employee perspective, that they were able to walk through and understand how the process works. And it also references that new management directive on how to make a complaint. Our recruitment policies, the 4th HR policy that we're looking to have change, and it has changed The change in that policy is really to deal with nepotism. And so the policy is now indicating that a council member's immediate family member cannot be hired during the term of that council being a council member. If the employee is an existing employee, then that's fine. We would work to have a conflict of interest process for that. And similarly, it's indicating that the CAO's immediate family member would not be able to come and work for the city. And then there's a management directive that will deal with the rest of staff accordingly. And the final policy that we have recommended for change is the employee expense policy. And the most significant change in that policy is around mileage. So currently, our employee expense policy doesn't limit, it suggests that if an employee uses their own personal vehicle for travel, that they'll be reimbursed at 50 cents a kilometer. And we're looking to change that policy to have it align with Canada Revenue Agency. So on an annual basis, Canada Revenue Agency determines what the appropriate mileage rate is. And so we would just look to have ours fluctuate with that Canada Revenue Agency rate. And really the concern is that if we keep a fixed amount and it stays in place for several years and Canada Revenue Agency goes below that amount, then there's a tax implication associated with that. And so, you know, particularly with the way gas prices are fluctuating right now, it seems to make sense just to go in line with Canada Revenue Agency and let that number swing as it needs to.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, just one quick one on the nepotism thing. How does that apply to volunteer firefighters? And I'll ask you, I'll give you two examples. Last term of office, we had a volunteer firefighter that sat on council. And prior to that, my son was a volunteer firefighter. He since left, he no longer is, but he was a volunteer firefighter. I'm just wondering how it affects him.
Through the mayor. So this council policy would limit just to members of council and the CAO. And so as a council member, if you had a child that was a volunteer firefighter, if they were a volunteer firefighter before you became a councillor, that's fine. You'd need to disclose that and likely preclude yourself from conversations about volunteer firefighters. But if you were a council member and then your child applied to be a volunteer firefighter, we would indicate that that's not, you're not able to do that because of the nepotism policy.
And I think with the clerk's office, we had that conversation, didn't we, about volunteer firefighters are not considered an employee, so they're eligible to run for council. An employee of the city can't run for council, but volunteer firefighters don't fall within that same category, so they are eligible to run for council, correct? And that's why the previous councillor, previous term, was allowed to run. So that's not the nepotism thing, but that's still in place. Councillor Ashmore?
Just a question through you two. I'm not sure whether Director Stover or CAO. This whistleblower, does this apply to employees who are, I've witnessed this myself, where employees would have an issue with their supervisor or their manager and they really feel afraid that they can't come out and speak. They just feel afraid. They can't let their feelings be known to their superiors, and they're just they're working in fear, they're living in fear for fear of repercussion, that something would happen to their employment. Would this alleviate that? Would this give an employee an opportunity to, get it out there in a confidential way to improve their workplace? Is this basically what this is going to be doing?
I think Director Stover can probably answer that.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the new management directive that we've put in place on how to put a complaint in is addressing that exact issue. So previously, there was a process under the whistleblower policy, there was one under code of conduct, and another one under occupational health and safety. And so we've taken that out so that an employee can feel free to come forward, make a complaint, and HR will determine which stream it goes down. The whistleblower policy tends to deal with matters of misconduct, so not following a policy or process, fraud, all of those sorts of things would typically come under the whistleblower, and then matters that the councilor speaking to would likely come under our code of conduct. But yes, employees can come forward at any point and make a complaint.
So it doesn't matter whether it's a union or non-union, those employees have the ability to come forward without any fear of reprisal, or it's in a strictly confidential setting then, to get their problem dealt with.
Through the mayor, it depends on the circumstance. You know, if it's just two individuals that can't get along, then sometimes what needs to happen is mediation in order to make the situation better. And so, you know, the confidential matter wouldn't necessarily work. But we take every complaint that we get seriously, and we size it up and make recommendations on the best means to address it.
Thanks. Yeah, mediation's the key word here, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions on updating these policies? Did we lose Councillor Yeo? Didn't know if he had any questions. Is he? Okay, well, there's a motion in front of us. Again, I'm not going to read it. The 5 policies to be updated versions and the recommendation be brought forward to council. Somebody want to move and second? Moved by Councillor Dunn, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Comments, questions, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Item 7.3, and is that it for policies? Is that all the policies that we've now reviewed under the council term? Council policies under the term, and that's it for this term of council. The next term, they'll start over again and go through them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, you won't see any new policies coming forward or overhaul. At the next council meeting, I believe, there will be 2 policies that we're just recommending be rescinded because they've already been replaced by other mechanisms. So you're done.
Thank you. 7.3 is special occasion permit delegation of authority for municipal significant events. Aaron Sloan's back with us. You want to give us a quick overview on this report, Aaron? Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Direction of Council in 2021 directed staff to review and report back on the municipal significance requirements for special occasion permits, and that the report back included a policy to address how future requests will be addressed through a delegated authority. In researching this report, staff recognized the importance of special public events in enhancing the quality of life, tourism, culture, recreation, and education, and in providing economic benefits to the local economy. Staff occasionally receives these requests for special public events, which may include a special occasion permit is issued by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, the AGCO, to permit alcohol at the public event. So in some circumstances, the AGCO will not approve a special occasions permit unless the event is recognized as being municipally significant. So the intention of this proposed process in the report is to change the requirement to have all of these requests come directly to council. This will reduce council agenda items and staff time involved. While these requests are not frequent, the request would improve customer service. It's all around timing. So sometimes the requests come in and they're quite delinquent, or they're in between council meetings. The AGCO is responsible for administering the Liquor License and Control Act. Among its responsibilities in the liquor sector, the AGCO oversees special occasions permits. The special occasion permit can be issued both for private and public events that are open to the public based on specific criteria. While the purpose of this report is not to really examine the SOP program, it is to let council know that the AGCO involves licensing staff and the consideration of municipal significant designation needs to come to council currently. So the SOP eligible events, as I've said, could be provincial, national, or international significance, but they also are municipal significant. We do currently define municipal significant in City of Kawartha Lakes as a one-time annual infrequent occurring event that is open to the public, has a predetermined open and closing date, and which has a local, regional, national, international, historical, or cultural significance, builds awareness of diverse cultures, and benefits the community at large. So in this report, staff is recommending that the delegated authority become a function of the licensing enforcement officer. The licensing enforcement officer, if granted council's authority, will review applications, circulate it to a specific review group, and provide a response letter to the applicant. The licensing officer will also copy mayor and council and any other department as applicable when a municipally significant letter is issued. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, council? It's pretty straightforward. Councillor Helmsley?
Just one, thank you. Is this normal practice in most municipalities, or does council retain this in most municipalities? Do you know?
Specifically for this type of delegated authority, I didn't really research that, but delegating council's authority for certain functions is quite common, and we do it here already.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have a motion. The report ML 2022-002 Special Occasions Permit Delegation of Authority for Municipally Significant Offense be received. That the delegation of authority bylaw be amended to appoint the licensing enforcement officer with the authority of council for the purpose of designating a public event as being municipally significant in consideration of a special occasions permit process with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, and that these recommendations be, and the amending bylaw be brought forward to council for consideration. Moved by, need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Seymour Fagan, thank you. Second by Councillor O'Reilly. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Aaron. 7.4 is proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 27 Campbell Beach Road in Brecken. Sherry is going to, part of Sherry's going to give us, there you are. Half of Sherry's going to give us a presentation. Go ahead, Sherry.
So this relates to the proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of a shoreline road allowance adjacent to 27 Campbell Beach Road in Brecken. The land management team received a request from the owner of 27 Campbell Beach Road in Brecken to purchase the shoreline road allowance adjacent to their property. They reviewed it at their November 8th, 2021 meeting and had no objections. The advertising for this was done on March 3rd, 10th, and 17th, and we received no comments or concerns from the public. The land management team recommends that the land be declared surplus to municipal needs and approval be given in principle for the closure and sale of the requested portion of the shoreline road allowance for the adjoining landowner. In this area, many portions of the shoreline road allowance have already been stop up and closed and conveyed to adjoining landowners, and the land management team recommends setting the value at the higher of the set minimum price of $23 per linear foot or the appraisal value.
Thank you. Any questions? Moved as printed. Councillor Helmsley will move it as printed. Seconder. Councillor Dunn, thank you. Any comments, questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Sherry. 7.5, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to part of the east half of Lot 20, Concession 1 in Carden. Go ahead.
The land management team received a request from the owner of part east half Lot 20, Concession 1 in Carden to purchase the shoreline road allowance adjacent to their property. The team reviewed it on January 10th, 2022, and had no objections. It was advertised on March 3rd, 10th, and 17th, and we received no public comments or concerns. The land management team recommends that the land be declared surplus to municipal needs and approval be given in principle for the closure and sale of the requested portion of the shoreline road allowance to the adjoining landowner. In this area, many portions of the shoreline road allowance have already been stopped up and closed and conveyed to the adjacent landowners. So the land management team again recommends setting the value at either the higher of the set minimum price of $23 per linear foot or the appraisal value.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Elmsley, as printed? Move it as printed. Thank you. Second by Councillor Vale. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 7.6, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a road allowance adjacent to 263 Somerville, second concession in Fenelon Falls. Go ahead, Sherry.
So the land management team received a request from the owner of 263 Somerville, second concession in Fenelon Falls, to purchase the road allowance adjacent to their property. It was reviewed at the land management team meeting of November 8th, 2021, and the team had no objections. It was advertised on March 3rd, 10th, and 17th, and we received no public comments or concerns. Land management team recommends that the land be declared surplus to municipal needs and approval be given in principle for closure and sale of the requested portion of the road allowance to the adjoining landowner. The interested party owns the road allowance on both sides of the property, and the road allowance does not lead to water. The land management team recommends setting the value at the higher of the set minimum price of $15 per linear foot or the appraisal value.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley, you're on a roll. Keep her going. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to stick around in case we have a question on a couple of the memos?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Okay, 7.7.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.7 is 2022 tax policy decisions. I believe Director Stover is going to give us an overview on the tax policy. We do this every year, don't we? Set these policies? Yeah, go ahead.
Correct. So this is a standard report that we bring forward every year. The next council meeting will have all the bylaws that follow along with this. But there is a requirement every year that we come forward to council and go through this process, get approval to set the tax rates for each year. So although there's a lot of recommendations, they are standard. They're exactly the same as they were the year before and the year before and the year before. We wouldn't generally make tax policy changes except in a year where MPAC's doing a review of the current value assessment. And so this is consistent with last year and the year before that. Really nothing to report on.
Okay, see if there's any questions. Any questions on the tax policy report? Seeing none, it's all there. What does council want to do? Moved as printed. Councillor Dunn, thank you. Second by Councillor Elmsley. Questions, comments? Councillor Ashmore, comment, go ahead.
Just a question to the director. About a year ago, a couple of years ago, we talked about, but there was a report came back about the farm rate, and it was to be go online. I think there were about 30 or 40 municipalities that decided to support an OFA, Ontario Federation of Agriculture, resolution that would freeze the what we call the mill rate or the base rate. Is this the same case here? So we're not increasing the farm rate, just specifically with the farm rate here? Just my question is.
Through the mayor, there's no change to the farm rate. It's consistent with what we established the year before and the year before that.
Thank you. Call the question then. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 7.8 is a proposed heritage designation of 15 Dodge Street in Fenelon Falls. Emily Turner, there you are. Go ahead, Emily, give us your overview. It looks like this one was requested by the homeowner, which is always great. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So yes, that's correct. This is an owner-requested heritage designation. So this is for the property 15 Dodge Street in Fenelon Falls. So it's a smaller house in Fenelon Falls, but it was used in the late 19th century as a cottage hospital. So it has quite a bit of significance with regard to the history of medical care in Fenelon Falls. It's also a good example of a Regency cottage. The heritage evaluation for the property indicates that it has heritage significance and should be designated under Part 4 of the Act. And the heritage evaluation is attached to the report.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions for Emily on the proposed designation? Councillor Ashmore, you're on that committee, would you move that recommendation?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Ashmore, second by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Emily. 7.9, revised cemetery bylaws. I believe Director Shanks is going to give us an overview on this. Hello, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to you and to council, this is an update of the cemetery bylaws, which as per legislation, the city needs to do on a regular basis. The majority of these changes are recommendations that came from the BAO, the Bereavement Authority of Ontario directly. And in fact, one of the major ones is the changing of recognizing their name. It used to be the Cemeteries Regulation Unit, Ministry of Consumer Services that oversaw cemeteries. So it's now recognizing the BAO within the document. There's also some changes to the bylaw to make it more user-friendly and to clarify different things, such as some of the rules around the use of the cemetery, whether it relates to the use of service animals, which are permitted, the use of a cemetery property for an event, or some of the wording that can take place on some of the monuments, or the use of wording and where they go on monuments within the cemetery themselves. There are some fee changes that are suggested within the bylaw. The majority of them are just recognizing the CPI increase that the city uses to increase fees on an annual basis. There are a few other changes that are a bit more than the CPI, and that's for the city to allow that we are doing a cost recovery for when a service is provided by an external contractor to make sure, like say, that the fees are being recovered to cover that cost. I think that's the majority of the updates. The review or the bylaw review was sent to the cemetery board for their comments as well. So with that, I'll see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Shanks on the cemetery update? Councillor Yeo, would you move that recommendation? I think you're our council rep, aren't you? Yep, thank you. Moved by Councillor Yeo as printed. Second, Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions regarding that? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Director. Next one is 7.10, request for weight restriction, Yelverton Road, Ballyduff Road, Waite Road, and Drum Road. Looks like Mr. Farquhar is going to join us for this one. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report's in response to a memo council received on November 16th, 2021, requesting staff review the bylaw that restricts commercial truck traffic on rural roads and consider Yelverton, Ballyduff, Waite Road, Drum Road for inclusion in a report back by Q1. So this is in response to complaints city staff have received with regards to aggregate truck traffic, commercial traffic heading eastbound from outside the Kawartha Lakes jurisdiction, from Durham region, moving east, and as well as moving north. So as seen in Appendix A was the memo at council. In Appendix B is the key map outlining the roads that are subject to this report, and which also have options in this report for weight restricting. As mentioned, this report's response to complaints received of aggregate truck traffic moving from a west to eastbound direction through our municipality through local roads. These roads mentioned in the report are identified in our transportation master plan as local roads. So they're not really built for through commercial truck traffic. Hence the options we've laid out for limiting this access of commercial truck traffic. In this report, staff's recommending option 3, where we're basically identifying limitations on Yelverton Road, Ballyduff Road, Waite Road, and Drum Road to restrict commercial truck traffic with the exemptions of the existing pits and quarries that are on 2 of those roads. So we don't limit the access that's already there of the aggregate pits and quarries that's within the City of Kawartha Lakes jurisdiction. And these are shown on Appendix B, and as well as Appendix C, which is Schedule I of our OPA 11 for aggregate policy, which outlines the existing locations of the aggregate pits that are on these mentioned roads. Outlined in red is their local access. So that's the route they're supposed to travel to an arterial or highway to get to market. So staff, like I said, staff is recommending to council the options limiting commercial truck traffic through commercial truck traffic on Yelverton Road, Ballyduff Road, Waite Road, and Drum Road, as per the limitations in the report.
Thank you, sir. How do we get them down? How do we get them off of all those roads and onto their haul route? I mean, is there a concern, obviously, in your report that if you start enforcing these roads, just going to push them onto another road? How do, short of banning them on all these routes and forcing them down to their haul route, how do we, it just becomes an enforcement issue, I assume, so.
You, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So we did look at option 4, which would ban or restrict commercial through traffic as laid out on all the identified roads in Appendix B, being Yelverton, Gray, Ballyduff, Waite, Telecom, Drum, and so on, as shown in Appendix B. However, that is a large approach right now for it's only seems to be one producer from west of our jurisdiction that's kind of using these local roads to go to market. And there's concerns right now that they're using it during half load season. So that, I mean, those reports have been made by citizens. So we would monitor the balance of the roads. And if they do become used, we would then look at restricting them as well. We would encourage the producer to participate in that process with the OP11, and at some point in time, if recommended, and in consultation with our neighbor, being Scugog and Durham Region, when we update our TMP, there could be possible, if required or needed, is the possible upgrade of the Manvers Scugog line, which would send any aggregate traffic south if it's justified through those reports.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I would like to move the recommendation as printed, and if I have a seconder, I just want to make a comment and a question.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Vale.
Okay, thank you to you, Mike, for presenting, and for Mr. Kelly for the comprehensive report. Yes, I did bring this memo to council. 2 of those roads we had to pulverize in the last year because there was nothing left of the roads because they aren't built to sustain that traffic. As a result, 2 other roads they decided to use last year are now in the position that need to be pulverized. So I'm more concerned about managing our assets moving forward. And, if we're putting money into these roads, we need to keep them consistent. Also, I'm glad that you brought up about monitoring these other roads after implementation, just because some of these other roads are narrow. They're a gravel base, there's blind spots, there's hills. So like I said, again, I appreciate the support on this.
Thank you. Councillor Vale, you want to speak to it?
Thanks. I support the councillor's motion, and I think it's something that we need to monitor and look at, not only in this area, but the whole city. I know I've got a lot of pits in my ward, and there's designated haul routes, and the majority of those haul routes are to take those trucks to Highway 12, which is the closest provincial highway, and that's what haul routes are designed to do. But because of traffic on Highway 12, they take the quickest route possible, which, out my way is Simcoe Street and a number of other roads, just like Councillor Richardson, that are in terrible shape and continue to get beat up and can't handle that amount of truck traffic. So I'm more than supportive of the motion.
Thank you. Any questions for Mike or the mover? Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. 711 is Service Transformation and Reset. Report by Ron Taylor, or CAO. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, pleased to bring forward an update, maybe with a slightly different sort of spin to it. You've heard from me many times over the last many months, even couple years, talking about pandemic response, starting to look at how we're doing things a little bit differently, but really in that response context. And I think we're at a great time now in that sort of progression where we can start to look ahead, look forward into more transformative type projects, resetting our services formally, and doing them better for everybody that's involved in those services. So the report I have in the agenda is really an outline to be received for you, certainly looking for any guidance or questions, direction with regard to it. We want to approach this a little bit different. And so we want to formalize it. We want to do it as a program, ongoing. We've done, service reviews, modernization reviews, all different things at a grand scale, at a very small scale. And I think this is really focusing all of our staff on what we've learned over the last couple of years and how we can truly improve, enhance, and innovate our services. So the last time you heard from me formally was mid last year. And at that point in time, we were kind of out of an active wave of the pandemic, and we were starting to turn our minds to, at the time we were calling it recovery. So wanting to get out of that response phase, let's start looking forward and maybe fixing some problems or issues that we had with service. And so we gave you a long listing of things that we've been doing, and we were sort of cautiously starting to build some infrastructure internally to make those changes. You gave me direction at that time to continue to review service levels, still was in a response sort of context, but certainly to bring forward recommendations for other service reviews, changes, and efficiencies throughout. And that's why I'm here today, to kind of just give you a touch point on how that's progressing. I guess the one thing I will say is when we talked last summer, we weren't expecting, I don't think anybody was expecting another wave or another couple of waves, or at least the restrictions that come along with that. So I would like to be able to report that we were much further advanced, and at this point, at the time, we were thinking we'll have some hard recommendations and changes, and for a whole bunch of reasons, we're not able to do that. But what it did was allow us to sort of, again, reflect and really start to build a structure that I think is going to sort of drive this program efficiencies and considerations through. Also at that time, you wanted some specific direction or consideration on our building footprint, and there was a conversation at the time of leasing space. And so I just wanted to report back or put that context around it, that when we go through this program review, that is sort of one of the essentials that we'll be looking at, or principles, is our overall building facilities, our spaces, and really starting to make them more efficient, consolidating service within them. The other direction or request that you had was to look at the effectiveness of service centers as we know them now, and report back on alternatives that we could improve or enhance sort of those service centers. And so I am going to review that in more detail now that we're starting to bring people back into those services, but maybe under a slightly different context. I'll talk about that in a minute. So again, the program is going to be citywide, all departments. I'm hoping that it's also an engaging program, that it's not just a few people sort of looking at, hey, I think we should fix this, or we've been doing it this way. This is really trying to mobilize all of our people, frontline, otherwise, that are delivering the service. The other, I think, unique piece, and we want to get it right, is how do we engage the customer or the public? I mean, at the end of the day, we're delivering public service, and so I think we need to get a pulse and reach out to them and get commentary. It's easy for us to bring forward recommendations that maybe make a process easier for us, or make it easier on our pocketbook collectively. But at the end of the day, if it's a demanded service and it's essential, I think we need to have that information as well. So how we look at the service changes is going to be, I think, a lot different than maybe what you've seen before. So what are our sort of guiding principles, or what are our key objectives? I started to allude to it. We want to enhance the customer and staff experience and your experience at the end of the day. And if we're not delivering the service that way, it's probably the same old, probably not as efficient as it could be. We want to encourage innovation and really start to challenge how we've done things and why we do them, and look for the new ways, and I think embrace those where we need to. We want to reduce our physical and carbon footprints, and been talked about in some of the other items that you've even had in front of you today. We're way too asset rich and sort of maintenance poor, if I can say it that way. We need to find a way to do multiple tasks, multiple things under single roofs. We want to support and resource our people, so we got to do it properly, and we want to do it right. There was some questions before about technology, for example. Some of it is to maybe a cost avoidance or an avoidance of expanding staff rapidly. It's also to resource us, resource you, so that we can do these transactions just better. We want to enhance communication and education as part of this program. So again, don't want to go behind the scenes, start writing up, hey, here's a change. We want to have it active and ongoing. We want to have it interactive, so you can provide feedback that you're hearing and getting. The public can provide feedback ongoing, as well as our staff as well. And all of this, this is really sort of your core task at the end of the day. We're going to make sure whatever we're bringing forward, that it's fiscally responsible and sustainable. We can improve service, but we can also do it at an extreme premium. And so we're very focused on making sure that we do it right, we do it efficiently, recognizing that there's only one taxpayer and there is a sustainability piece to that. So I won't go through much more in terms of the structure, but we're starting to build now an internal structure to do these reviews. Many of them are going to happen over the next couple of months. We'll be making ongoing recommendations. If they're internal decisions, we'll implement them. If there are service level changes that you need to approve, we'll be bringing them forward to you ongoing. But we want to launch the program formally in May. And again, with a communications piece, with a formal launch, with multiple access points so people can get involved and engaged. On one page of the report, I outlined some very preliminary projects that, whether it's because of necessity, because of the pandemic, or it's just areas we need to look at, or it's requested areas that you wanted us to look at, these are some of the active projects that we're going to launch immediately. We've already been doing some of our homework and groundwork on them. And they're really under three major categories, if you will. One is workplace, so our internal environment and making it the best and efficient and effective that we can. Technology, leveraging technology, we've talked a bit about that already. And then the public services, so those public-facing customer interactions, making them better. So again, this is not by any means an exhaustive list. I suspect once we launch this program formally, we're going to hear from our people internally, we're going to hear from you, and we're going to hear from the public. You should also put some attention in these other areas. And on the next page, I've given you a long list of plans and strategies and master plans and issues that we're already looking at and are in our work plans. I want to highlight just a couple because some of them are top of mind or they're in the news out there. I'll go back to the chart of projects. So under workplace, the obvious is remote work, but really starting to just look at how and when we do our work. And you're reading and seeing 4-day work weeks, disconnect policies, people wanting flex hours. What do we as a municipality do? How do we sort of give weekend services, off hours or traditional off hours services? So it's not an easy answer, but we got to make sure that we're looking at all of these sort of juggling interests when we start to make some recommendations. So I suspect one area that's going to emerge is recommendations on our work hours, how we do that work, but also the expanding on that access to services overall would be a net objective. Under public services, again, I mentioned you directed. One example was to look at service centers. Really the second item, we want to start to build a hierarchy of service hubs and sort of build it methodically based on what's the service transaction that happens there, what's the demand, what's the frequency, and do it properly. I got to admit, I was astounded. I had asked, how many counters do we have currently across the city where there's some transaction? And the number's approaching 60. We're in the mid-50s where we have an open counter, open to the public to come and have a service delivered. But as you can appreciate, there's no pre-work, there's no appointments, that a lot of times the public is just arriving, and sure, they have a very valid sort of service request. Very often, they're maybe not in the right place. We need to overhaul how we deliver service and guide our public so that they go to the right place, it's a one-stop shop, they get that transaction done, and they're satisfied. They're not bouncing around and otherwise. On the other side of it, for every counter, we need a person at some point to monitor it, and usually it's more than one, depending on the shift. So we're tying up over 50 staff at any given time. And again, I certainly don't want to suggest that we're tying them up because we shouldn't be delivering a service. We just need to do it properly, and we need to do it right. And if, 80% of our transactions are happening at a handful of places, then let's make those places exceptional. And some of the other ones, well, let's figure it out and let's do it just better and maybe different. The last one I'll talk about technology. I mean, really, although it's always sort of bantered around, quite frankly, it's revolutionary almost in the municipality right now. We need to shift and move, and we need to get ahead of it. I've listed a number of projects, but quite frankly, we're looking at almost every transaction that we do having an e-component to it, whether it's e-commerce, how you make your payments, how you permit, how you apply for things, how you set an appointment with staff, how you interact with staff. We need to leverage this technology. I think the public is absolutely demanding it, and we need to move down that path to make sure we got the proper infrastructure to support it. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to pause and just really say that ongoing, you're going to hear from me, you're going to hear from our team that we're assembling internally, and we will be making many active recommendations. But I hope you're supportive of sort of the approach overall, and certainly looking forward to sort of any sort of inputs and ideas that you or constituents or staff may have. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the CAO on the presentation? Councillor O'Reilly?
Maybe just a quick one to Ron. In conversations with other municipalities, are some municipalities seriously considering looking to go to 4-day work week? I know we've talked flex hours and all of those things, but yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so my statement, more broadly, I think employers are looking at it. It's one of a number of sort of work hour or work issues that's being talked about in the media. There is one municipality, I can't recall, might be Innisfil or somewhere in that area where they piloted it, and they did move to a 4-day work week. So that's the only municipality in Ontario that I know of currently, but I know a number of our neighbors and peers are looking at it at least as an option. Again, I don't want to look at it in isolation though either, because at the end of the day, a 4-day work week means we're extending any given day for service. And that might be a good thing for the public. And if we can stagger things properly and look at it a little bit more broadly, we could then extend our service days as well as our number of hours in any given day. So as far as our approach, everything's on the table right now, but the net benefit needs to be an enhancement to service, has to be.
I think I saw on the online on the news that the province was going to legislate a 4-day work week to all businesses in Ontario, and at the bottom of it, it said April Fool's Day. So I was reading it with interest. It was quite an article, and I was like, wow, that's an election ploy, and then realized it was on April 1st. So Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Just 2 questions regarding service centers. Let's start with the Lindsay Service Center. Some people have asked, they're able to go into the service center through the back entrance, but they can't go upstairs, and if they have a question about planning or building, it's sealed off. They can't get up there. Will there be any access for people could get upstairs and do a one-stop shop, like you said, and get access to that building? Has a lot of services in it, and you're only limited to the service center counter, 2 or 3 counters that are there. And I'll get another question in a second.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're sort of at the tail end of our, I'll just deem it pandemic response phase of things. 3 service centers open of 4 with limitations. And sort of over April was, I think I advised at the last meeting, would be kind of our transition period to start to look at sort of bringing or expanding on our footprint. In terms of the Lindsay Service Center, in the immediate term, it's obviously open. And we want to keep it that way. In the very immediate term, we're not proposing to just open en masse the upstairs counters or some of the other counters. We certainly are going to be opening up access either via appointment or at certain locations. But I do want to just jump back to one of my early on comments, is that we need to also look at sort of the efficiency of these services. We could open up that counter tomorrow. But it means that we have to have 1 or 2 people sitting at the counter. We need to then have, we don't know what is going to be asked in terms of that service. And so it's really just right now an inefficient model. And so again, it's not to preclude anybody from getting planning services or a building permit or anything. Quite frankly, we just want to look at how we do it and do it right and actually do it better so that there is better and more access to it. I wouldn't recommend that just opening the counter like we did pre-pandemic is quite frankly the best approach. But I want to get the numbers, we want to get the data, we want to work with the customers.
Okay, thanks. And the next question is the Omemee Service Center. It's opened up 2 days a week, which is a start. It's great. It's better than not being open at all. And people are appreciative of that. But this service center, it serves the whole southeast corner of the city. So it's not just Omemee proper that uses that, but I brought a document last year showing in the budget there's 2 dedicated service administrators for that. It's in the budget. 2 dedicated service administrators that are dedicated to that service center, and they've been sort of farmed around to different places. But are we going to wait for data? I know we can't really do it now. It's hard to do it until things get busier, but are we going to possibly look at restoring that service to what it was before? Because we're not giving them more service, so we're just basically, you know, we're restoring the service that they had. And I mean, that's not a big ask. It's just wondering what sort of time frame are we looking at? I mean, just in your forecast there.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, monitoring the traffic at all of those locations. The intent would be to open it when, I'll say when the timing is right, but I'm envisioning that in the spring, so probably in May, when we start to open up other items, we would open up that 3rd footprint, then we would have the 3 service centers. Again, I want to go back to my previous comment though. What we're going to be looking at aggressively is what are the transactions happening at these service centers, and making sure that, again, we're driving traffic through them where it's needed. And if it, again, I go back to my comment about a hierarchy of sort of service as well. You're absolutely right. If the South requires make payments, get information, do certain things, pay for a permit, whatever it may be, well then let's equip and resource 3 or 4 places really well, and then let's start to look at what our footprint is and maybe work with our partners. So that's probably a long-winded answer to say, I think we're targeting expanding on those hours in about a month's time, based on just sort of the slow and steady demand that we're starting to feel. But that doesn't negate what we're going to do overall with service centers in the coming months and expanding on them.
Okay, Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. This is more of a comment. I like the direction we're going. I mean, being a small business owner, we've had to adapt and pivot through this pandemic, and we've had to find, you know, efficiencies in how we do business. And I'm telling you, moving forward, a lot of things we had to change, we're keeping in place because it is saving us money in the long run. And I think that as a city, we are a big business, and we're moving to, you know, create this business more efficiently. So I commend this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have the report as a motion to receive and forward to council. Councillor Vail, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Memos, memorandums. First memo, 8.1, memorandum regarding Pleasant Point Park. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you. This was brought to me entirely by the group of people in Pleasant Point, just looking for a new retrofit of their park that's been there for years, so it was entirely community-driven, and they're looking at possible ways of doing some funding and working with the city to try and improve this park. Right now, it's utilized as a bit of it's a green space, basically, which is fine, but there's so many other things that they want to use it for, depending on what demographic or age group, playgrounds, soccer field, tennis, pickleball, basketball. They just want to turn it into a multi-use area. So they're just looking for support that we can work with staff and try and get some sort of a plan in place to transform that park in the future.
So are you moving the recommendation as printed?
As printed, please, yeah.
Okay, second. Councillor Dunn, you got a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious as to the ownership of the park. Is it a city park? Because my recollection is going back some time ago, it was owned by the community as a community park, owned by the Pleasant Point people. I love the idea. I'm just wondering if we have an ownership problem there of any sort.
Well, I would assume that with the direction that it comes back in Q2 or Q3, that'll be some of the
half a minute
points that'll be brought back to us, right? By the referral back to staff? Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, I asked the same question. It's a city park. It is owned by us.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I went through the similar process last summer with one of my park groups, and it's a city-owned park looking to do some expansion. And we did have our survey, and there was a lot of high-end wants in the community. I'm just wondering, this is pretty aggressive plan. I was wondering if there any type of cost effect, like with regards to this, from Craig, if Mr. Shanks, Director Shanks.
Well, I guess by asking for a report back in Q3, that's what I have some concerns about the wording of the memo, but I'll speak to that a little bit later, Councillor. But I think that'll come back as part of the report. I assume that's why there's a report coming back. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Yeah, I had some, just wondering, what other, through you to the director, are there other parks in the neighborhood? How are we with parks generally in the city? Do we have enough? Do we not have enough? Do we have too many? I wonder if the director could address it.
Director Shanks, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and all of council. So the city has roughly 185 properties that are maintained by the Parks and Recreation division, whether it be directly by staff or through contractor. Of those 185, about 135 of them are what would be classed as parkland. And then of those 135, approximately 50% of them, so roughly 70 of them, are actually programmed parks that have some kind of amenity located within them, whether it be a sport field, a splash pad, playground. So we are oversupplied with the number of green space that the city has. But at the same point, the number of them are not programmed. And it would be a challenge, certainly from a financial standpoint, for the city to program them all to some degree. And then, as you can imagine, we're over 3,000 square kilometers. So not every area, every community of the city is represented the same by number of green space or park space. Some areas within the city are oversupplied and some are under. Within the specific area, that city-owned park, which has the ball diamond in it, that is predominantly the city parkland that is there. There is a few other along that shoreline in that area, some other shoreline parks that either offer dock spaces or docks for general use or boat launches. So I hope that provides the answer to the councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get a feeling for where we are in terms of our inventory on parks, and whether do you see going forward that this has any traction, or that it would really be a burden to take on anything more?
I don't think that's a fair question to the director. That's a council decision. I mean, they'll convert a park if council pays for it and adds to the operating budget and gives direction to convert a park. So I think we'll, you know, if we're going to get a report back with the facts on what we have, then council can make an informed decision. But I'm just going to say, I don't think that's a fair question for the director because, you know, he's going to do what we ask him to do. So I think we need to leave it at that. Councillor Dunn, you had a follow-up?
I got carried away with my question. I actually forgot to speak to it. This is a huge piece of land. There's a laneway leading from Frost Avenue up to Indian Point, so it's accessible from two different streets. Traditionally, there's been a ballpark there. They'll have 2 or 3 tournaments there every year. They'll set up a beer tent and a food tent over in the far west corner of it. Back when I used to go to Pleasant Point on a regular basis, this park is truly the heart and soul of that whole community. Everybody from the community attends every single event that goes on there, and they have the odd brown pop and stuff, but it's a place where they all go to. It's a beautiful park as far as, it's flat, and I always thought it was maintained by the local citizens. And Dalton Worsley from Fenland Township used to drop off a couple bags of calcium to help the ballpark. But this is a gorgeous park. I'd love to see what could be done within budget. But if there was a park that would serve a community and would be a good park to look at, I think this is a great park to look at. I just thought it wasn't owned by us, that's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I have a couple comments. So where I'm struggling is, number one, there is no budget. So when you say within budget, and we've obviously just had a presentation on the financial statements and adding, new things. So part of this motion should say, what parks are we going to close to offset the cost of building a new park? Because that's how we need to start looking at things. Where I'm struggling on the wording is that staff be directed to work with a citizens group in Pleasant Point to convert the present use of their park on Indian Trail to a multi-use park. We're not asking staff to explore options, to look at the different, if it's feasible. We're giving direction to do it. We don't know the costs. We don't know what the repercussions are, long-term costs. This is a memo, if council passes it, giving the instructions to actually do it. If you change the wording, then I would consider supporting it to explore options to convert the present use of their park on Indian Trail to a multi-use park. But the way this is worded, in my opinion, is giving direction to directly make the decision to, we don't have costs, we don't have any information to do that. And I know we're going to get a report back, but the memo is pretty specific. So if you're willing to soften the wording a little bit, let's explore the options and then make an informed decision. I would consider it, but I will leave that comment there. The other comment I'm going to ask Councillor Ashmore is ask you if you will rationalize this request to me. Part of our challenge with what we try to do as a community is, and you just heard the financial things, is how do we afford new things? And you said it well, it's a nice park and this would probably be a great thing in the area, but you're the councillor that votes against closing any facilities. Don't support our budget when it comes forward last year. You didn't vote for it. Which is to support our infrastructure for our current assets. You didn't support the 1.5% levy that came forward to support our infrastructure in our community, and yet you bring forward a memo requesting that the city consider adding a park to our assets and our infrastructure to increase our costs, which I'm certainly not saying isn't a good idea for that area of the community. But help me rationalize how I can support a memo when, on the other side of it, you don't support any of the other financial decisions at budget time that this council tries to make.
Okay. First of all, I have an email from you there saying that you would work with me, and I didn't print it out here, but I have an email from you saying that I will work with you to get this done. So I can supply that to council. I have an email from you supporting this thing. First of all, I submitted in the memo the breakdown of the cost. That was not put in here. I don't know why. It was around 150, but I put it in my memo when I submitted them, when you have the deadline to put it in.
It hasn't been costed by staff yet. That's
put
what the
in-
report back is requesting, I assume, the
No,
costs of what?
But the costs were actually, there was a costing done. and
Who
it
came
was-
up with the costs?
Pardon me?
Who came up with the costs?
It was done by a contractor through one of the residents. They had gone out and got a costing of it. So that's the thing. It was all broken down explicitly, like each different part of it. And they want to get, they're looking at 50-50 funding. They're looking at doing this themselves, and they've put all the costs out, but I don't know why it didn't show up here, the cost, because it was all broken down and I submitted it. So I guess, it's not here, but I did submit the costs. So I'm just following through what people have asked me to do, to look into converting this park. Whether I vote against something at another park or, that should be irrelevant. I don't think that should be used against me for supporting something locally. I'm not looking at tons of money here. Actually, most of this money could be funded by the people down there, over there in Pleasant Point. So I'm not out here with my hand out here saying, I need your support to funnel hundreds of thousands of dollars to Pleasant Point. We're just asking the people to have the ability to make a change in their community. That's all I'm doing. So, that's what I'm here for, just to relay that. But we're kind of sidestepping things here, because what we're trying to do is, I can reword it, explore options, like you said, that's not a problem. But I think the CIO actually helped me on this memo. You helped word that. Was that the other one?
Well, I think he did with the third paragraph to get some, financial costs and come back on the progress of what direction is needed from council. But that first line is very clear, that you're asking council to support converting the park to a multi-use park. And I'm not saying I'm for or against that. I'm just saying I don't have enough information to make that decision right now. If you'll soften that to say explore options for converting the possible conversion of a park from its present use to a multi-use park, and we get the report back with some more information from staff, including costing and what it would take, then I think that gives council the ability to make a more informed decision at the time. I'm just struggling with making that commitment here today. You're asking us to make that commitment today without having all the information.
That's no problem at all. I see that as a great option. I mean, we need more information. But it's too bad that we didn't have this costing that I did submit. So it's really unfair for council.
So will you amend your motion to explore the options of just what I said in that first line?
That's fine.
Are you willing to do that, Councillor Dunn? You're okay with that? Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, Councillor? Any other questions for the councillor or the mover? Councillor Riley?
Said, yeah, to explore. I just see when I lay this out, these options, and I have 2 or 3 parks myself in my own park that are, first of all, the Sandbar Park, which I share with Councillor Vale. We in this summer, especially with COVID, we had 50 to 100 cars outside of that community that they all go and use it. So I just think that it comes here, and I think we could all bring forward. Everybody else has got 2 or 3 parks in their area, and I'll be very interested to see what the costs are, and when we get our staff costs as compared to, I built and worked on parks myself, I can go and give an estimate, but when we get a real estimate from our parks people, I'll make a decision then. I can probably support to explore at this point, but I know there's many parks, and they're far busier than this park, that I kept my boat in the boat slip there. I've been going to Pleasant Point for 50 years. Rented a cottage, owns cottages down there. And I know they're very committed and they love their little park. But anyways, I'll see when it comes back to explore.
Thank you.
After we explored it.
Any other questions? Call the question then. Everybody clear on the motion? Call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes. Thank you. 8.2, memorandum regarding Peace Road resurfacing from Center Line to Cowans Bay Bridge. Councillor Ashmore, your memo.
Thank you. If needed, Mike Farquhar, he can do more explanation on this, but this is in the works. But we're doing Cowans Bay. We're resurfacing the whole community. This section of the road is really treacherous, to say the least, and we've had a lot of accidents, and it's heavily used. It's the new Highway 7, basically. So much use on this particular road, and it's getting to the point now where it's, you know, I have lots of emails and calls about damage being done, but to vehicles, and it's just getting to the point now where patching is beyond the solution. It has to be resurfaced. We're not talking about a huge area here, but it just should be on the works plan. That's all I was asking for. And I think Mike Farquhar could back me up there. Thank you.
So you're asking that this be, consider the section of Peace Road from Centerland Counts Bay Bridge for construction or resurfacing in the 2023 or 24 budget? You're not asking it be considered in the 5-year roads plan that's coming back this summer? You just want it put into either 23 or 24 budget? That's your request?
It's my request, but I certainly work with engineering as to how they can fit this in, whether it's 23 or 24.
Okay. Are you moving it as printed? Okay. Second. Anybody want to second the motion? Councillor Seymour Fagan will second it, that it be included in the 23 or 24 budget. Okay. You want to speak to it, or you just have?
I don't know if anybody wants to ask Mr. Farquhar any questions. I mean, he's here. I'm pretty sure he is, but yeah, for consideration. Yeah, for consideration.
Consider the section of, yeah, I don't know what that means. It doesn't, yeah, I mean, consider. Well, staff be direct to consider, so, I mean, it could say consider it as part of the 5-year roads plan, or, yeah, okay, that's fine. Do you want to speak to it? No? Any questions or comments on, yeah, go ahead.
I wouldn't mind hearing from engineering, because I would like to hear from them to explain it to council why it's important, that small section. It's not very big.
Okay. Mr. Farquhar, do you want to give us, obviously you've been, I'll come back to you, Councillor Dunn. Obviously you've been speaking with the councillor on this memo. What are you looking for from Mike? Sorry, Ron. You just want him to...
You can just give an
overview of this section of road and 23, 24. Do you have any plans, or? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. That section of Peace Road from Cowan's Bay down to Sturgeon Road, including north of Cowan's Bay to the Always Stop. It's currently not within our 5-year plan. It's an arterial road segment. It would fall under our arterial, urban arterial resurfacing program, which we would consider looking at within our 5-year plan update. That update, as I explained to the councillor, is coming this summer. I believe we gave council an update and at the last council meeting with regards of those resolutions that are outstanding that would be coming forward in Q3, and that would be one of them through the 5-year road plan. So that would be an arterial road considered through that program. There is an immediate issue though, just at the intersection of Cowan's Bay Drive and Peace Road. So Cowan's Bay Drive, or Cowan's Drive, sorry, is a section that is on the approved capital list for this year in our rural resurfacing program. So at that intersection, we'll be paving Cowan's Drive, but at the same time, because it's very close proximity and the size of the issue, we can deal with it through that program that takes care of that large immediate condition issue for travelers along Peace Road. But the balance of Peace Road would be looked at within our 5-year plan.
So I'm just wondering if a better motion would be, Mike, that this section of road be considered in the 5-year plan coming forward this summer for comment and see where it fits best in the program, and then make a decision on, what budget year that needs to come forward, rather than committing to a year. Does that work better with your overall roads program than us sort of directing that you consider it in a specific year? It might be part of your 5-year program coming forward in the summer already and be in the budget as a plan for 23 or 24. So, I mean, I wonder if we're just getting ahead of ourselves before we see the 5-year updated plan.
Yeah, that would be a fair request, as the updated 5-year plan is going to show specific to that program for arterial and urban resurfacing, where we've kind of fallen short of our asset management plan for programming or funding in that program. So we'll be playing catch up from previous years with CKL 17 and some other road sections that ended up being moved beyond our current 5-year plan due to funding constraints. So that would be a fair request. Then we can see the overall how we overall prioritize that arterial network.
And could I, did I hear that we were going to fix that really bad part at the intersection under the life cycle extension program? Is that sort of the short fix in that really bad area, and then consider the rest of it in the 5-year program? Is that kind of the plan?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, that the worst kind of spot is near the bridge, but kind of directly in front of the intersection with Collins Drive. So when we go to resurface that segment that's in the rural resurfacing, it's a very easy tie-in and nominal square meters to correct that problem at that time.
Perfect, thanks. So that deals with it. So would you consider that, Councillor Ashmore, that it be considered in the 5-year plan coming forward this summer? If it's not in that plan, then obviously you can do a follow-up to go back to your original motion, but is it worth letting it play out to see what it comes forward to in our roads program first?
That's fine, thanks.
Is that okay? I think that's going to get it going to get some direction from us. So staff be directed to consider the section of Peace Road from Centerline to Cowan's Bay Bridge in the 5-year roads program coming forward summer 2022. You okay with that? Okay. And you seconded it, Councillor Seymour Fagan. Does that work? Does that work, Mike, as far as direction to have a look at that and bring forward some information on it this summer?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that would work, because the idea would be to bring that plan for council to see and receive prior to the budget process starting.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple, like, Centerline Road, as far as I know, is County Road 33, the old County Road 33. The distance between County Road 33 and the Cowan's Bay Bridge is approximately, I don't know, 100 yards, 75 yards. Everyone keeps on talking about County Road 17 I just want to know where we're talking about, because Centerline Road, am I not correct? It's County Road 33? Or 10, I should say. Yeah, 10.
That's a question
Yeah,
directed
sorry,
to
County
me,
Road 10.
through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, County Road 10. So the distance they're talking about is, like, it wouldn't be any more than 75 yards. But they keep on talking about 17, and I just want to know where you want to be.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'd reference 17 in regards to the overall program that it's been shifted for priorities in relation to our 5-year plan. The exact location that Councillor Ashmore is referring to, I believe in the memo, is the overall segment of Peace Road. Now, some of the immediate concerns, Councillor Dunn is correct, is between Seaforth Lakes Road 10 and the south edge of the south side of the bridge of Collins Bay.
So, okay, so the motion that's on the floor is for that very, very short piece of road right now.
Yes.
And is that,
Councillor Ashmore, that's
is that
correct,
all we're
yes.
talking? Just
Yes.
that little tiny piece?
Yeah,
Okay, all
and
right.
that'll come forward resurfacing in the 5-year roads program.
Okay, all right. So we're not going to do the rest of it, though? Okay, all
Just
right,
the
I'm
portion.
good.
Yeah,
I'm
unless the
good.
rest of it is
No,
part of
no,
the
no, no,
5-year
I'm
plan,
fine.
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the immediate need is that small section.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would look at that full segment through the 5-year plan, not just that small section between the bridge and CKL 10. We would look at that full segment of Peace Road.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Everybody clear on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. 8.3, memorandum regarding purchase of unopened road allowance, 67 Rose Street. This is in reference, Pleasant Point, this is in reference to the deputation that we had from Valerie Hazlett Parker. I'll let you take a crack at this one, Councillor Elmsley. I know both your names are on it, but I don't want to stress Ron out too much, so I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you. We heard from Ms. Parker this afternoon, and the way this came forward was it went to land management, and land management did exactly the right thing, because if you recall, we sold or made arrangements to sell half this road allowance to the neighbor at 69 so that he could come into compliance with his building that was encroaching on the road allowance. There was no opportunity for, at that time, to do anything else by land management because council voted to say we'll retain the other half in case people want to use it as a walkway. The information we didn't have, I don't think, is what we were told today, which is that it is really not traversable, and it is really something that could be attached to Ms. Parker's property quite easily. And so the reason for the memo was I spoke to Sherry Dwyer at the time, and she said, well, the reason why we turned it down is because council said they wanted to hold on to it. But if I wanted to bring a memo to council, and I spoke to Councillor Ashmore about it, and we agreed we'd bring this memo to council. And I think it only makes sense to sell the other half to her if it's not traversable. And it's also, there are 4 other access points from Jesse Avenue to Rose. And so it's not going to inconvenience anybody. The one small change we might make in order to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row is perhaps have it posted and perhaps advertised in the paper that it's going to be stopped up and closed and sold to the adjoining property. So having said that, I don't know if Councillor Ashmore wants to add any more to what I've said or not.
So let's get your motion then, that the memorandum be received and that staff be directed to declare the property surplus and proceed with a direct sale to 67 Rose Street, Ms. Parker, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. And that will get it into our process to get it posted, to get it advertised. So if anybody in the area has a concern, then we should hear about it at that time. So are you okay with that? So if you'll move that, will you second that, Councillor Ashmore? Do you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to thank Councillor Elmsley for helping me put this together. He did 90% of the work here, so I appreciate that. What he had said is that, and what the deputant said, Ms. Parker, right now there are 5 access points from Rose Street to Jesse Avenue, which is a footpath. And by stopping this one here, by selling it, we've already sold it to one neighbor, number 69. This is 17 feet. And number 67, owned by Ms. Parker, is wishing to purchase this other 17 feet. It's not used by the public, and it will not impede any movement between people going back and forth, because there's going to be another 4 access points to get from Rose Avenue to Jesse Avenue. So it just makes sense, and it's all overgrown. It's never used, and it just makes sense to sell it to the adjoining landowner, in this case, Ms. Parker. So I'd appreciate your support, and if we can get this process underway.
Okay, so just so everybody, you remember, this is the property where the house was encroaching on the road allowance leading to water. They couldn't get a building, 69, not this one. They couldn't get a building permit, so we agreed to give them a portion of the road allowance leading to water against council policy, and we required that they put up a fence. Hang on, that they put up a fence. This is not this one, this is the previous one, why we cut the road allowance in half, and they had to put up a fence as part of the motion so that, people would know where the access still is. So this is the other neighbor on 67 coming forward to say, you sold that half to them, nobody uses it, why don't you sell this half to me as well? But that was the rationale for selling that half, where this is really just, it's only half, nobody uses it. You should sell this half to me. As you heard in the deputation, nobody's using it. So I think that sort of, just so everybody remembers the original rationale, because council's policy is not to sell road allowance leading to water. we made an exception, so this person's just saying, it's not being utilized, why don't you make another exception, sell it to me so that we can protect it. Go ahead.
Correction, it's not leading to water. It's leading from Rose Street to Jesse Avenue, which is a footpath, and that's where it stops. So it's not leading to water.
Yeah, the footpath is another road allowance along the water, correct? That's
It's
the
not
path.
a road, it's called a footpath. 'Cause
Okay.
It's people walk down it. They don't use an ATV or anything, but that's what
Okay.
it is. It's a natural footpath, a pathway. It used to be called a bridle path back in the day, but it's called a footpath. So, but it doesn't lead to water, you know.
Any questions or comments on the request? Memo, do you? Clarification, yep?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, probably maybe as a follow-up, I'm not sure, but maybe just to let council know, and you read it correctly, in December when you passed the previous resolution, one of the conditions of the sale for the neighbor was to put a fence in. And I want to make sure that that is no longer a needed condition, because now you have two pieces of property that are just abutting each other. So right now, I'm just flagging it as a maybe concern. I'll ask staff to have a look at that, and then when we report back, I'm assuming that there's a consensus that council does not have that expectation if they go forward with this other sale.
I would think that's a fair comment, wouldn't you? No need for the fence if we're going to sell the other half and sort of separate off the properties. Councillor Yeo, you were involved in this original discussion. Do you have anything you want to add or comment?
No, I was just gonna comment on the fence as well, but, no, it sounds good to me. It's 17 feet of what's left of it, and, you can't walk on it, and there's 4 other accesses. I'd be more than happy to sell it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Everybody's clear on the motion? Get it surplus, get it into the process as, for a direct sale to the neighbor. Call the question, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And our last memo is 8.4, memorandum regarding an application from Patrick and Candace Charche, 21 Blue Bay Lane, Fenland Falls. Now, Councillor Yeo, you declared a pecuniary interest. Are you going to stick around for the conversation and just not vote, or are you going to tune out at this point? Just reminding you, you declared on this one.
I'm just gonna stick around and listen, but I won't be voting.
Thank you.
Or commenting.
Thank you. Okay, 8.4, brought forward by Councillor Elmsley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this came to land management, and land management ruled appropriately at the time, because my understanding in reading the literature that I was given was that this road allowance had been, or the property for the road allowance had been given to the city in 2011 as public access to water. Since that time, I guess the farmer sold off a portion of the property, or had the property, and I think there are 4 people who have bought it, and Patrick and Candace Charche have since bought the farm as well. And the road allowance that goes down, and I think you have a map attached to your to this report, will show, and that map was done by land management. It shows that the only access to that property is on a private road, so that the only way the public could access it is the one way they could, I guess, park on Highway 35 and trundle down across the fields, or I suppose they could access it by boat, but there's no road access to it, because in order to get to the property, you would have to traverse the private road. So it makes sense to me that if you can't access it, that the Charches should be able to buy the property, despite the fact that it was given as to be public property. Because you can't access it, it only makes sense to me that they should be allowed to buy it and attach it to the property that they own in the area, and the other 3 landowners would not object because they're quite happy not to have the public coming down their private road. And when they do get there, coming down the private road and then going on to the unopened road allowance, there would be a liability according to the Chartiers Insurance Company. And of course, the city would probably have some kind of liability because we have that 1% rule. So in order to save a situation that probably never should have existed, it seems to me that it makes the most sense to allow the Chartiers to buy it and attach it to their property. As the real mitigating thing to me is there is no access to the property without going across private property. So in the same sense that we did the last one, in order to be prudent, that we post it and we advertise it that it will be sold to the adjacent property owner. And if I get a seconder, I'll move the motion. Thank you.
So move that the memo be received, that staff be directed to declare it surplus and proceed with a direct sale to the adjacent landowner, the Chartiers, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at next regular council meeting. Moved by Councillor Helmsley, second by Councillor Dunn. You've spoken to it. Do you want to add anything? Any questions or comments? Sherry Dyer is on the line if this seems a little confusing, because this did come to council before. They did a deputation, you might remember, and we referred it back to staff to come back with a report. At the time, with the background information, council just chose to receive that report. No further action was taken, and now I'm questioning what's changed since council made that decision, not to not sell it, but just not to make any further action at that time. So, you know, I do have a question for Sherry as well, but let me ask Sherry. Sherry, is there any other access in this area? And I mean, that's my first question, and I guess where I'm struggling a little bit is, there's obviously people using this access to water, otherwise, well, but in one breath you're saying that people are going on the private road and parking, and then the other breath you're saying if we sell it, they won't be able to go on the private road. City acquired it to keep access to Cameron Lake, so I'm just trying to be wary that we're not cutting something off that a whole lot of people are using. I get there's a liability there. There is on all our waterfront road allowances. So I just wonder if you can offer any clarity on that, Sherry.
Yes, so the actual piece of property is accessible through city land. So the city's land goes right to Highway 35. So if we sell it, then that blocks off that access from the city land.
But their access from 35, their only access is from Highway 35. So it's public access from Highway 35. They have to park at the side of Highway 35 if they want to access Cameron Lake through this road allowance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to add anything, Councillor Elmsley?
I was just going to say that I think there were 2, 3, 4 instances where people went down the private road to that property, but it's not 10s and 20s and 50s of people doing it.
But some might be entering it from Highway 35 as well, without the people on the private road knowing, correct? Are there any other accesses to Cameron Lake in this area, Sherry, that you're aware of, like public access?
This is the only one that I'm aware of, but there are also neighbors in the area, so it wouldn't be selling it to just one person. We would have to look at the other owners in the area. I don't think we could just say, oh, this person would get it. Like, it would have to go through the regular process.
So you would recommend, if we're going to declare it surplus, just put it out on the market and see who comes forward to make an offer? Is that rather than a direct sale to the Chartiers? Is that what you're recommending?
So Yeah, I think that so there are other neighbors that would abut onto this particular piece of property. So I think we would have to offer it to all of the other owners.
So,
I don't think that we can just say that this one person gets it, because the normal practice is to sell it to both, like, or however many people join the city's road allowance. We would sell it to all of them, the portion that attaches to their property. So if there's one on each side, then we would sell half the road allowance. We would split it in half and sell it to each property. So we'd have to take a look at how many owners abut it, and then do it the normal process, which would be to offer it to all of them. And if they refuse, then we would sell it to the people that are interested in purchasing.
thank you. I think we need to do this properly, Councillor. I'm wondering if you would consider that we receive the memo and maybe refer it back to staff for a report back on options if we chose to declare this property surplus. And then, you know, if there's a way this needs to be done properly, then rather to Sherry's comments. And if council wants to go that direction, at least they have a little more information in front of them at that time. Is that something you would consider?
Yeah, if I can just say a couple of things before that. It looks to me, if you look on the map that is attached to the report, and you see the green area, which is the road allowance, you'll see that there's one other neighbor on the left side that could be potentially a buyer. I don't know how wide this is. I'm assuming if it's a road allowance, it's probably either 33 or 66 feet, but I can't determine that from this map. So, yeah, if you want to go that route and send it to staff for a report back on how we should manage it.
If we were to declare it surplus, what's
yeah.
the best way?
Yeah.
I just think we let them do what they do, and then we get it back
Yeah.
according to the way it should be done, and then we can make a decision
Yeah.
from there. So.
My discussions on the property were that if I wanted to bring a memo to council, I should do so, and that's why I chose to do this. And it seems to make a lot of sense to me, rather than having people at risk and invading private property. So if you want to go that route where we send it to staff, when it comes back, it'll just take a little longer to do it.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to your intent. I just would like to, if there's a better option there, number one, where we can get more money, and number two, where, there's other property owners that maybe they're going to split it, and then more people are happy in the area, then we accomplish the same thing in the end. So,
sure.
Sherry, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Mr. Mayor, through you, one of the options you could also do is, there's really two questions. Number one is, do you want to declare it surplus, regardless of how you dispose of it? You could direct staff to prepare the land for sale, declare it surplus, go through that process, and then staff through the process could determine how. In a sense, is it a direct sale? Is it a sort of the normal practice and, quite frankly, policy that we look at the adjacent neighbors, see if there's an interest? Because not only are they the two sort of obvious ones, but even the condo has common elements. It might tidy things up if we just talk to all of the adjacencies and see if there is any just need and justification. But you could do the surplus portion today if you wanted to.
Does he make sense as usual?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, so what are you suggesting then? The memo be received, that staff declare the property surplus, and
Maybe that staff be directed to initiate the process of declaring the land surplus and look at options for the disposition of the lands.
and that motion be sent to council for a recommendation. You okay with that? I think that I can support. Who seconded your motion? Councillor Dunn, are you okay with that? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer myself to answer any questions if anybody had them. I do have history. So if you had any questions as far as ownership and the reasoning they're asking for this, I do have that information only if council wishes.
I think we've got a good motion that sort of gets some information, starts the process, and I think we're heading in the right direction here. So unless anybody has a question looking for clarification from Councillor Yeo,
I would ask.
go ahead. He's declared a pecuniary interest, so be careful.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering where you want to weigh into something you've declared a pecuniary interest on, Councillor. So I would maybe recommend that you just.
Mr. Mayor, you were asking questions about you didn't understand it. And there's a reason why it's back here. And you said you didn't understand that. And it's a very simple reason why it's back here again. And that's the only thing I would offer up is that, if you wanted to hear that, but I'm more than happy to keep my mouth shut. Thank you.
That's okay. Go ahead. I'm interested.
When they first came to council and council made the motion at that time, I was not part of, but it would come back in the first quarter of this year. And my sister and her husband were quite happy with that. And then when it came back in November, they were not notified. And then all of a sudden they called the city in January to find out when it was coming back, and staff told them, oh, we did that in November. And so they were quite distraught. And me being in the position where I truly did declare a conflict, I did not tell them because I figured staff would do their job and they would be notified, and they weren't. And so they approached Councillor Elmslie, and that's why it's here, because of a lack of notification. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're satisfied. Motion, seconder. Any questions on the memo? Everybody's clear on the direction? Call the question then. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. That's it. Item 9, motion to adjourn. Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Vale. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And we will see you on April 19th.